And we're live. Welcome everybody to the Sleestakians open panel call-in show.
Variety show. What's
Yeah,
up?
I'm your host Lorenzo Sleestak, and we're joined by our usual co-host Daniel, aka Tech Vega, from
Mm-hmm.
the
High
Tech
tier
Corner
comics.
and High Tier Comics, which I think we'll be hearing more about high tier comics in the future.
Well, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I couldn't get the shop to my Etsy shop to be the same title. Mainly because it wouldn't take. I didn't think it would work out to have call it high tier. So, for those wondering, I opened an Etsy shop. So
Oh, that's
I just
cool.
so I put a few stuff in it.
Does that make you an Etsy boy?
I don't think so.
Hey, Eric, welcome to the chat,
Uh, and so
and it's good to see you, Mister Matt,
so right now.
and Chris, and DJ Ronnie G. I'm sorry if I missed anybody,
So right,
but go ahead.
so right now there's only like three stuff in this mini for Father's Day. So the prices are a little expensive, mainly because they set the price.
The Etsy store sets the price.
Actually, the print shop set the price. But
Oh, okay, that
okay,
makes sense. That
so
makes a lot more sense.
so
Then.
so if you look at it, it says 1665 for like this the cheap for like the smallest size that's on the store.
Yeah,
Um,
here's Daniel's link, by the way.
so
And welcome back, DJ
so
Ronnie G. And hey, Carrie.
so if you see 16, I'm only gonna get uh uh what was it, 549 from that.
Oh,
So
you're welcome to join us, DJ Ronnie G. And the folks,
yeah,
please like and share. It really helps
yeah.
get the word out. And hey, Carrie, always good to see you.
So for every price you see on there, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, whatever, the price is take 10 off of that.
Wait. Is this? Are you the count on Sesame Street, or are you his replacement?
Hmm?
Are you? Are you? You just start counting like the count on Sesame Street.
Oh no, it's no. I was talking about the price. So because they have different prices for all the
Oh,
shirt
okay.
sizes. Um, well, I had
That's cool. Do you have something? Should we
no,
zoom
I
in
do
on
have.
to? Should I zoom in on that link? What's
So this is what I have. So this is
I
what
can
I
go
have so far.
I can go to
So this is what I have.
oh, okay. Well, I can go straight to the site, but I don't know what's on there, so
Oh, it has like it has three shirts on there, so you can go to the site.
it might be better if you
Oh, hang
so
on. Let me hang on.
because
Let me
this
see
is
if I
like
can get.
here we go. I've got it up on the screen. I don't know if that sounded bad.
There you go.
So
Yeah, most of y'all cringing right now, like, wow, yeah. So this is stuff for Father's
okay,
Day, and
yeah,
and as I said, well, basically the reason they're like those kind of prices because the shop that's printing them has to get their profit, and I have to get a profit
yeah.
out of all of this. So basically, take $11 off of that, and that's what I'm getting from the shirt.
Okay.
So you're paying for.
So it's right now it's just these three shirts.
Yes, I was gonna add some
Okay.
game. I was gonna add some gamer stuff. I was gonna add some stuff for the 4th of July.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
it's understandable that you might just start off with a limited number of things, and
here, let me open
you
this.
can always add things as you go along.
He says you can't see them,
Especially if you're
so
like, when is Father's Day anyway? In America, the U.S. Father's Day might be different in Canada or
yeah. Wow,
overseas.
that's huge. Hang on, let me get came in huge for whatever reason over here, so I have to.
Yeah. Oh, and hey, Mighty Geek Studios, good to see you, Terry.
Okay, if you go back to my screen,
Matt Rogers says, "Holy crap, they take 2/3 of the price?" Question mark.
yeah, pretty
And
much.
Mama CD is asking me to pin the message. No, I'm sorry, I
No,
can't pin the. I never pin the. I got to pin the link to today's show because it's an open panel show.
yeah. So basically,
I can highlight your message. At least
well,
I hope I
well,
can. Hold on a second. I'm gonna highlight. There we go, folks. Just please check out his channel. It's a gaming channel. From what I recall,
I
it's
believe it's the same day.
and Carrie says, "Yeah, Lorenzo, miss seeing you on
The 18th, actually.
Rex's streams. Rex asked me to pray for you, unsure that it's needed, what it's needed for, but I pray for you." Well, thanks.
Oh.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not feeling well lately for some reason. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I told Rex that, but it's good. What's new, everyone? Ask Terry. Good. Always good to see Terry. He's probably one of the very first people on this channel. But yeah, so they take 2/3. Do they really take 2/3 of the cost?
It's 1765, I think, plus tax, and then it's like almost $5 for shipping and handling, depending on them. Because if you buy over a certain amount, you get the shipping for free. But basically, if it's 1765 for medium, it's I'm gonna get $6 and 45 cents back. And most people are like, "Oh my cow!" Yeah, I know. It's like, unfortunately, that's it's because since I'm not the one making the shirt 100%. I wish I could. I don't have the material or the stuff for it. But I do want to eventually get into doing that myself so that I can actually lower the prices. It's like I need to buy the machine, not buy the equipment for it.
That's understandable.
I'm already looking at it. It's called a crew cut. It's called a crew cut. It's a $300 machine that does a lot of that.
Hey, then you can buy how do you pronounce this? I'm trying to remember how to. I'm sorry. I remember you from last week, but I'm still having a hard time pronouncing your name. Aray? And and apparently that doesn't even take people to Mamout's channel. I said that correctly. Hey, Carol, great to see you. And always great to see you, Gap or GAP After Dark. Thanks for fixing the link, Carrie. And Gap After Dark says hit the like button and share out the stream. And folks, feel free to click on the pinned link at the top of the screen.
Who's calling me? Oh, come on. You're gonna have to talk for a bit.
Okay, I already was. So, please like and share the stream. It really helps get the word out. And this is usual. This is an open panel. Feel free to share out the StreamYard link. I want to exercise a little bit of caution, but it's in the chat, so it's anyone can come on, really. And so, let's see if there's any messages I didn't read. Let's see. Oh, here's I'm going to highlight this again. Mount's channel. Mount wanted me to pin the link. There are channels that do that, especially ones that advertise that it's an open panel and that there's, that promote other channels. But unfortunately, I got to pin the StreamYard link so people know, so people are able to come on. But check out the channel. And as Gap After Dark says, hit the like button and share out the stream. I am looking for Ro. Is he coming? It seemed like he was interested in showing up, but I'm not sure with I'm not. Yeah, feel free to give them the link if you and check out Matt Rogers' channel. He used to go by the name Mr. Rat. Yeah, Mr. Matt. Not Mr. Rat. I'm sorry. But I think he goes now by maybe by Mr. Raven. I don't know if I got that correct on Substack. But Substack looks like a real promising platform. It looks a little bit like Twitter, or quite a bit like that. But you can you can write long. You can write like articles, like blog posts, and then people seem to have some really intelligent conversations on there. Give the man a link, says Jeff Potts. Welcome. Jeff was on last week. And this is Daniel from High Tier Comics is in the chat. Also from the Tech Corner. Oh, I figured it was a telephone. So fun fact. Back when I was in like 9th grade, I had a public speaking class. And sometimes we had impromptu speeches, but a lot of the speeches we were supposed to read ahead of time. But I just gave impromptu speeches. I was kind of lazy. I just didn't bother writing a freaking speech. I just show up to class and just like come up with stuff on the top of my head. It's off the top of my head. Mr. Raven on Substack. Oh, I did get that right. Channel's called Whisper from the Trees. Okay, that's why the URL has Whisper Trees. That makes sense. Oh, thanks for sharing, Eric. And I did see that you shared it earlier. Somebody shares. If somebody likes or shares on Twitter or Facebook or what, and I see it, I do my best to return the favor. And Carrie is greeting Eric. Well, that's cool. I think we're caught up with the messages. Anybody else who wants to join the panel, please feel free to do so. And welcome, Andy. Great to see you. The StreamYard link is pinned in the description. You're welcome to join, as always. Let's see. Not quite sure if everybody is aware that we went live, especially like the people talked about going on the panel. I'm looking at it. Okay, the Ravenloft wrote on Twitter, what do indie comics need to survive and thrive? And I retweeted that. And Catfish responds, free drugs in them, kind of like how cards had come. I think that's illegal, I'm pretty sure. But that definitely is an interesting suggestion. Yeah, both Eric and Andy A are artists in their own right. We've had Andy on before. Trying to remember, Eric, if you've been on before, you're welcome to join us. Nobody felt pressured to join. George Jetson has a son and a daughter. That means he banged his wife Jane at least twice. That's something you don't think about while watching the cartoon. Well, yeah,
I'm back. Sorry.
So Dave brings up an interesting observation. George Jetson has a son and daughter. That means he banged his wife Jane at least twice. That's something you don't think about while watching the cartoon.
But you will now. That's true.
I thought that was something everybody thinks about.
Oh, okay. Well,
And let's see. I'm
well, I
sorry.
noticed that one person was having trouble seeing the shirts. So I brought up the shirt designs on my screen. If you want to hop back to it, and
Okay.
we can give them a more blown up version of it.
Nope, you don't think of that, Dave, says Carrie. And he says when you kid is not something you know at that age. Oh, about when you're a kid, it's not something you'd. So it's not something somebody would think about as a kid. Is
They ruined childhood
but
classics one
you
by
will
one.
now, says Dave. Oh, I believe you already read that. How many times did Jane Jetson do the Space Mailman? Oh, that's true. We don't know for certain that those are his kids, unless that could have been like a Maury Povich thing. Didn't that guy pass away recently?
I don't know.
Dave ruining childhood classics one by one. Dave's good at that. I don't know. I don't. This is the only case I can think of where he has done that. Misadventures are fun. Says DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah.
And Matt says maybe the Jetson kids are a product of genetic engineering. That's quite possible. They also have a very sophisticated, advanced robot. Is she like their maid or something?
Oh, the maid. Yeah.
So I thought
Rosie.
you had brought up the page, but
I didn't know. I brought up the design that goes on the shirt.
Oh, okay.
So this is stuff for Father's Day. I was also gonna do stuff for 4th of July.
Oh, Rosie, yeah, the maid.
And then some Texas stuff. Well, right now I'm just gonna design a quick logo for my well, I say quick for the shop, so that it has some kind of logo on it. I'm trying to find the size for the banner, but it doesn't show me what the size is for the banner is. And then but so I made this one. This is basically for all those who are just becoming fathers and what have you. The second one is more for those who are still still going through their adventure, their misadventures in fatherhood. It's like the ups and downs, the backs and forth, and and it still continues.
So this
Kind of a joke.
Is this going to turn into like a half-hour infomercial or something?
Nah, probably not. But I'm just kind of because I would like for you guys to at least
yeah. It's just
you spread out the word.
One thing,
I mean, I would like for you guys to buy something from the shop, but
there's a lot of things I disagree with EVS on. But one of the things that he said before is it's good to have a 60-second elevator pitch, and that's something I'm working on myself. Is like when I want to figure out a better way of closing out the show because I can keep on rambling and stuff.
Yeah,
let me pick on you to see.
No, I'm just. Well, you ramble too, sir. But
I most definitely do. So anyway, people can check that out. Do you have any artwork that you were going to work on tonight?
I was actually going to work a little bit on my own logo for the shop.
Oh, you're going to work on your logo, okay?
Yeah,
oh, that's
for
cool.
the shop. Well, it's called Vega Illustrations because I couldn't get to use anything else. That and I didn't want to use high tier comics for.
Wait, you got like a third brand?
So I got a third brand now. I was like, well, technically I already had a brand. It was when I first started my own business. It's called Vega Graphic Designs and Illustrations. Here I just abbreviated to Vega Illustrations because the thing wouldn't take the whole sign.
I see. Well,
then it would be too busy.
This is thoroughly confusing. I know I'm confused here.
Well, for the most part, I am kind of dropping the tech corner thing, more or less.
Okay, yeah, that's what it seemed to be the case. I'm just
So So high tier comics for all my comic stuff and all any of my comic endeavors and what have you,
Okay.
or anything visual illustrations. Vega illustrations would just be hopefully just for the shop stuff.
Okay.
And
Sounds good.
because I'm also because it's an Etsy shop, but I'm also using a print provider that is through Printify, and Printify has other items on there that I can use.
Okay.
That I can use as well, and so I'm looking at things like cups and whatnot.
I
Yeah, I
get
know.
the gist to what you're
I
saying.
know. I know.
I'm anxious to see what your logo looks like. Which it sounds like you're about ready to draw.
No, I was actually looking up ideas to see what I can draw, and so I see what I can put to
Oh,
it. It's just
okay.
because this one is because this is a Adobe Illustrator, so this is not something I can just doodle stuff together. I would I think at least I think it doesn't do that. I'm pretty sure it's changed by now, but it's been a while since I've used Illustrator. So
Okay.
it's like riding a bike. You know, once you've written it, you don't forget and shit. But but they've added like way too many new shit on there, and I'm trying to figure out what does what.
Okay, now I gotta get caught up with the messages.
Go for
it. Sorry about that.
Nah, you good, man.
Okay, misadventures are fun, says DJ Ronnie G. Oh, okay, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
We already talked about the Jetsons. People were saying hi to each other. I'm let's see. Okay, I was actually looking in I was actually here we go. I'm back to the stream there. I was actually looking at the YouTube link. And Johnny Boy, welcome, Johnny Boy. If you don't have a wrench, I can give you one. A full custom hot dog. And they've just looked it up, and apparently George Jetson knocked up Jane with Judy when he was
23 and she was 16. That went down the dark rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but he full custom hot dog. You're welcome to join, and Devil Flyer, Rex, great, always great
Hey,
to see
Shadowhawk.
you. The links in the description. He Shadowhawk, good to see you. Always great to see Shadowhawk. He was on here before showing off his drawings from when he was very young, like maybe around some of the stuff might have been like around 12 or something, 12 or 13, I think. DJ Ronnie G said, I know the feeling, catching up on old skills.
I know. Well, I mean, because my I have an associate's degree in applied science of graphic design.
Oh, okay.
So I can literally do all this stuff. I can edit your videos. I can do your logos, your designs, your flyers, your this, your that. I can even mess with the soundboard if you ask me to, but
that's
I don't have that particular equipment.
So A-Ray, I hope I pronounced that right, is asking what the wrench is for. That you're a moderator. We don't typically time people out too much or anything, but if somebody's being like a real dillweed or whatever, you can time them out, I guess. Shadow, great to see you. Some people, that's weird. It's a kind of an unusual aspect of some of the internet communities I'm in. They have different greetings. Like some people say hi or hey, others will say hail or hoy.
Okay.
Just trying to get. I'm almost caught up, and if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. Hoping to get some more panelists on here.
So I was thinking.
Time out first. Don't ask questions. Laugh out loud, says Andy.
Yeah. No. So
So I believe Andy's been on here before. He's
NDA.
Yeah, I believe he's the one who's got like the toy characters that come that come to life.
Yeah.
So Donnie is a standard moderator. Let's see. Most people here are standard moderators. That means you can time out anybody who doesn't have a wrench, which most people do have a wrench.
Okay.
But
all right. So I think.
But you can also post links to your own channels, or pretty much any website. But please don't post any porn. So I don't need any like links to Hustler or anything. But in the chat. It's after 8 p.m. Doc has been in bed for 2 hours now. Right. And yes, Andy has been on. Okay. Just double checking. And
okay, so this is 500 by 500, so I probably need maybe a 6-inch. Oh, that's too much. Let's try 3. Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm used to when I first started doing this stuff. I got used to dang it. There's a minute. Oh, because there was a way to copy freaking things that I had. Shit. It was one of those things that I'm trying to remember how to do stuff and like
I posted the wrong link in the Discord. That's that's a problem. I posted a link to your T-shirts, and it was supposed to be the StreamYard link, which is also pinned in the chat for anybody who wants to join, and share out the link. Welcome, Rex.
Hello. How's it going?
Going good. And hey, El Hombre, always great to see you.
Hello, I'm Eric and Boyd, Andy A, bunch of people in here.
Yeah, and always feel free to share out, to like and share the stream. And
hey, Carrie. Carrie's got a new icon. Hey, Carol.
Is Eric taking off? Or is Carol? Huh. Well, whomever's leaving.
I'm trying to remember how
or wherever you are. So how you doing, Rex? I think Carrie said that you asked people to pray for me, which is nice.
Oh yeah, I think we all need prayer, right? We missed you today over on my stream earlier, and
I actually wasn't feeling good earlier or most of the day, so that was a good call on your part. I appreciate the.
Yeah, and I know health issues can bring you down sometimes.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems in the summer for some reason. Not that the winter was much better, but you get the pollen, and then there's all the
humidity. You get allergies?
Yeah, or either allergies or I'm allergic to some things and maybe sensitive to some other things.
Oh,
I don't know.
Matthew says I'm much louder than the other panelists.
Well, that's true.
I turned my volume down. I don't know if that happened.
The gain on my mic is only set to maybe half a point. That, and I have it sitting a little bit further away, so when I do art, I don't accidentally knock my mic over with my hand, because I did it one time and you can see me going ah.
I'll try not to project as much then.
Yeah.
There's that handsome Sleestakian.
Yeah, I have a hard time remembering like which.
Well, what
Jeez.
I'm trying to remember now is
So the thing is, oh, I see. Like, so what's happening is
I'm trying to remember segment cuttings.
so you and so Rex, you and Daniel, or AKA High Tier Comics, AKA the Tech Corner, AKA
Daniel.
whatever the fuck is the name of
I'm going to tell you right now, Leon.
the new design. Anyway,
Daniel, stay
you
with
two
me.
are screen
No, stay
sharing
with
in
me.
different manners, and I'm trying to figure out how I can get you guys both on the screen at the same time.
Well, that's good.
But now I can't share what he's drawing, so I don't know. Because
No, I'm doing the logo, but no, you don't have to.
you could probably share through OBS, but I don't know if you even use OBS.
I use OBS.
You know. Is there any way you can share it through OBS as your profile pic, or would that be too big of a pain in the butt?
I have no idea how I'm supposed to do that.
Okay, never mind.
I like your backdrop, Lorenzo. The blue, the sort of mottled blue back here. How do you get that up there?
Oh yeah, that was some sort of public domain thing. Hopefully.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a little different than just.
Yeah. In any case, I'm not
hang on.
making any money off of this. Let's see.
Yeah, but it looks nice.
Matt says it's better. Thanks. He has sensitive ears and studio monitors in his living room. So Matt's also he's a musician, and also is doing some visual art of his own. I believe he's doing some 3D rendering.
I have no idea how to get OBS just to.
Okay, so is Ro coming?
Probably not.
Asks, is it A-Ray? I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And Johnny Boy says, absolutely no clue. I've been packing up today, so I haven't chatted with him. Yeah, feel free to, you guys are free to share out the StreamYard link. I don't typically just like post it on Twitter, but I actually did post it in a response to a row. But anyway, and this is is this a link to the trailer for a campaign? Rex?
No, that's to my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you haven't launched your main Devil Flyer campaign yet, have you?
No. I'm working on a. Right now, I'm inking a wraparound cover that Vic drew, and we'll be doing a ink and draw stream a little bit later at 8:30. Shadowhawk has been working on several pieces here, but been lately working on the wraparound cover. So this would be the front of the cover there, and I'm inking over the pencils.
I'll try to. Oops, I'm going to try to highlight you.
Okay.
Here we go. So
meanwhile, I'm still trying to figure this shit out.
So we have Bystander, Innerman, Devil Flyer, Bog, Sea Demon, Silver Boa, and TM there. Stands for Total Mystery. He's definitely
very cool. That's traditional. That's the traditional.
Right. And then on the back we have the villains squaring off against them, which would be Passenger, Kill Dragon, and Blood Dragon.
Matt says, "Nice work, Devil Flyer." So Rex, did you draw it, or is this?
No, Vic drew it, and I'm inking it, and then Peter Palmetti's inking the scanned version.
I thought you were going to say Peter, Paul, and Mary.
So, hey, I might have found a way to do this. Okay.
So when it's all put together, you'll have the hero.
And check out Mr. Matt's latest music.
Whoops.
Links in the chat, and and Full Custom Hot Dog says links to hentai.
Something like that.
I'm not sure what he was talking about. But...
So I'm in the process of just inking it right now myself. I
Hey
had the
Ray,
raw.
once again, I'm hoping. Please correct me if I'm saying that wrong. So it's so neat. Yeah, I always think it is neat. I kind of compare this to like when I was a kid. When a lot of us were kids, we had a show and tell. You know,
Oh yeah.
This is kind of an adult version, but like when I say when I say it's an adult version of show and tell, some people might get the wrong idea and think I'm talking about like something pornographic, and it's like no, it's. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this is a villain. She's like a member of the Yakuza. Her name is Sweet Baby.
Wow.
She's a villainess, and you'll be seeing a lot more of her.
Maybe Lorenzo and the other panels can help with where the fin should rest. Huh? Oh, could you show that again?
Sure.
Please.
That's Sea Demon.
It's awfully fast.
Okay.
And then this is one of your characters that you talk about quite a bit, right?
Yeah, Sea Demon.
Yeah, now I can see his face.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
He's going to have an interesting story. He's going to be in Devil Flyer #1, which is all part of the Devil Flyer, but I've broken it up into 6 stories. I'm excited to get Nora Gray here, which is kind of my detective sleuth in issue 2. So she appears in issue 2 with her cousin, which is kind of like the sidekick. Her cousin is blind, and she and Devil Flyer kind of befriends this young black blind girl.
Well, that's cool. Oh, by the way, here's a link to Full Custom Hot Dog. It says music channel. Wasn't aware he had a music channel, but what did you say, Daniel?
Check out my screen. I think I got it to work.
This is cool. Hold on a second. Rex, what was this? You remember you showed us things kind of awfully fast. That was.
I'm sorry. There's a
lot. That's okay. That's just been the critique I've had when about your show. I think since you started, is sometimes you're just a little faster than
little bit quick on the draw. Okay. This is Lady of the Night, hero of the 40s, and in retro Silver Boa.
Greetings.
Oh, welcome.
Hey.
Yes. It is I, Say Tim.
I finally got it to you.
Okay.
I got that thing to work.
Say Tim.
Say Tim instead.
Yes.
Is this a ploy to get us to say the word Tim? Oh, by the way, Daniel wanted.
Yeah, I don't think Tim is going to go for that one.
On the screen for some reason.
No. I was letting you know that I finally got it to work. So now it's going through my.
Oh, okay.
Are you making some kind of logo?
Yes, I am making my logo for my Etsy shop store. So I'm selling a couple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I have a couple of shirts on. I have 3 shirt design there right now, but I was gonna add something like a Texas related thing. I was also gonna add some stuff for 4th of July. I have some stuff for gamers as well. Fine.
Oh,
cool. Do you make?
And you can't. Oh, that's even better. You can't see what I'm pulling up now.
Matt has more of his more of his recent music. If you want to check that out. Sorry, I'm going to just switch to the chat again.
There's
an electronic 80s sounding cover of Everlong on there. So apparently it does have a music channel. I thought maybe he was joking at first because I've never actually seen a Full Custom Hot Dog promote it before. Okay. A-Ray says, blind girl, cool. That's in reference to what Rex was saying. I just subbed. Well, thanks for subbing. I'm not sure that YouTube likes you typing the word sub in the chat, but I appreciate you subbing to Hot Dog's music channel, and check out what Devil Flyers. Check out the Devil Flyers YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I try to
please
watch
do.
it
And
at least once a
this is
day.
this is the link to my black and white Ashcan edition, which is still available up on Indiegogo.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, how many variations of this one do you have?
I have 4.
Just the one right now, but I have yet to get with the artist to do the. I have the back cover done by Ryan James, a
Cool.
piece that I'd like to use on that, and this time maybe in color and not the whole Ashcan, but the some of the work that I showed.
Oh, and here's some more music from Mr. Matt. He says, "Okay, I'll stop now." Okay, well, thanks for people. This is great because one situation I have is when I feel like there's not always enough people promoting their stuff. I mean, I do say though it's good to have like say an elevator pitch or whatever, so it doesn't feel like an infomercial. But I think it's great that people are promoting their stuff in the chat and on the panel. The way I don't joke, I don't promote my stuff enough. Well, that's true. Full custom hot dog. And what's that we're looking at right now?
This is the same character, kind of traditionally drawn, Sea Demon, and then sort of manga style. And this is a patch, a possible patch or sticker design for Devil.
Okay. Actually, start your drawing where you.
Now this is Vix, and then I'm inking over.
Wondering about fin placement. What's I don't get what fin.
Oh, we were talking about Sea Demon and the fin placement and stuff.
And so I'd like to, in a humble hot dog, aren't you? Full custom hot dogs says. Okay. If you're going to keep it up a bit, I will jump in, Lorenzo. Well, that's cool. We got. So I don't know if I've officially welcomed Tim to the panel. Welcome. And then there's somebody else who's just called me.
Oh,
Lorenzo.
Voice sounds familiar.
No shit, it should, fucker.
Oh, hey,
Andy.
Well, that's cool.
I don't know what I was playing T for.
If you folks like what you're seeing, please like and share. It really helps get the word out about the show. Well, I'm sorry, I'm in the middle. I was in the middle. I'm trying to.
There's some artwork, Lorenzo.
Hey, that last piece you showed, that you showed, who inked it?
Which one? Oh,
the two figures fighting.
Oh yeah, this is Vic put initial inks down, and then I went in there and did a little
blow him up, would you, Lorenzo? Could you blow him up?
Well, I'm trying to put like there's one where you can put two different like drawings on the screen at the same time, but I don't. Oh, I think I know what's going on.
That's Devil Flyer.
Just count when you put him on screen. Just count at 3 seconds, and then you can remove it.
What I was trying to do is before there was a way of sharing both Daniel and somebody else, but I realized that Daniel's screen sharing a different way that I actually suggested.
So you suggested it. I can take it off. But,
so what is that character, Rexy?
This is TM, and this is Devil Flyer with my original helmet design.
That would be TM, not Tim.
That's Tim fighting Devil Flyer.
Well, Tim is a bit of a character, but
right.
Just I don't know. Is Tim in your book?
I don't think
I wouldn't say Tim's that muscular, but you know,
in my mind,
pot belly on him, he'd be okay.
In my mind.
Oh, so High Tier Comics has something on the screen.
There you
go. I'm going to switch Tim briefly.
Sweet.
Very
briefly.
Well,
there's TM right there in the forefront. And I'm just sort of spot coloring him now. He has an all black costume and white stitching, which was,
okay. Well, I'm gonna switch to Daniel for a couple minutes.
as he works on
because-
his little logo for
And
Etsy.
it sounds like Shadowhawks talks is talking, and it's what he's talking about is maybe joining the panel. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah,
What's up, Wiener? Wiener's in the chat. What's happening, buddy?
Yeah,
custom wiener.
So what I was thinking is kind of making one of those old school logos where it has a V in the middle, is a Vega illustration on top, and maybe an established 2023 on the bottom, and there was another 2023 in the middle or something.
Oh, so Carrie's saying,
Or maybe
"Hey,
some kind
Daniel,
of slogan.
I can say, hey, now that I know your name." Yeah, that's true. You can go by like multiple names. Like you're like a rapper or
thank you.
something. You remember like Tupac? It was like there was Tupac, and then he was like Machiavelli or something for a while.
Wasn't that
Tupac
he-
Shakur.
that's basically a lot of musical artists. Like the artist
Puff
formerly known as
Daddy,
Prince.
and it was suddenly P Diddy, and it's like, well, which one is which?
It's like
I'm
P
getting
Diddy
confused.
and some
Which one
other
you call him?
goofy ones that he's using. Like,
Or Snoop Dogg with Snoop Lion. That didn't last very long though.
I know it's
He claimed he was like a
controversial.
reincarnation of Bob Marley, and then I never heard him talk about it again.
I know it's controversial, but I think I give Blondie all the credit for inventing rap.
Well, there's different.
With her song called Rapture.
There's
Of course,
different.
they say it was already out. She just kind of
yeah. There's all sorts of different influences. Blondie could have been an influence.
oh, I'm sure.
There's also all sorts of different spoken word and poetic traditions from different cultures that could, that. But yeah, I mean, there was like talking blues, and there was Johnny Cash had songs like Boy Named Sue. Would that be considered like talking blues?
Pat Boone might have even done something. I know he did some heavy metal album.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah. And Pat Boone's still going strong at 90 something. He's
I
getting
like
up
Blondie
there.
as well.
I would love to do that, but I don't think it would work.
And here's Tim's Melvin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't just send the link directly to you earlier, Tim.
It should make it feel more Texan.
Let me unmute myself.
I would have when you first.
As always, I always offer a digital tier. They call them rewards though, so I feel like I'm saying it wrong.
The artwork looks great on this. I love your artist. Yeah.
Sid's awesome. And of course, I offered the book. Pretty simple. I keep it simple. I don't offer anything out of the ordinary.
So this is Fund My Comic.
Yes. Combo pack right there, and then you got a merch pack. Some people just like swag. Some people don't want to actually have the book; they just want the little trinkets.
It looks like you're using the Printify shop too.
Yeah, well, it's just because of my stuff I'm going to be ordering off of my my Redbubble store.
I agree. Blondie is so beautiful. Yeah, I'm a big fan. What's her name? Debbie Harris, is it?
And then, of course, last but not least, there's going to be you can get all three of them.
Heart of Glass. I really like Heart of Glass.
Yeah, that's
definitely
classic. She's done all sorts of different. She's had like a decades-long career, but so.
Too much.
It looks so. Tim, we lost. Is there?
Oh, I could reshare it if you want. But
yeah, please do. Sorry, I kind of have a tendency to skip back and forth. I was diagnosed as a kid with ADD.
I have that.
You just don't like the shit, so you don't look at it.
Hold on.
I'm the same
girl
way.
for sure.
Now, hold on, let me get that. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
My favorite would be calling me. Oh yeah, that was another great Blondie song. But she did. Some of her stuff wasn't some of her stuff kind of punk rock oriented.
In the beginning, starting.
Yeah.
In the beginning,
she was part of the whole. She was part of that whole CBGB's scene in New York.
Oh yeah,
Valerie. Have you seen the movie?
Is there like is it a documentary about CBGBs?
Well, they also have a movie. The guy who is the villain in Die Hard plays Hilly Crystal, the founder of CBGBs. It's actually, it almost comes, it's like a real story, but also the way they did it kind of comes off as a comedy.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. Like
Here
there's
we
a
go.
scene, there's a scene where they he forgot to pay the rent, and some creditors stopped by with a couple of goons. So he told his daughter to call this number, and a bunch of bikers showed up that used to hang out there, and they kind of took him and threw him in the car and kind of drove away with them. And she's like, "What the hell was that?" And he goes, "Oh, that was a shakedown, New York style."
Oh, wow. Oh, one way or another is another. Yeah.
Yeah, one way.
That's actually
that's not Blondie. That's not Blondie.
Gonna get you.
Who did one way or another?
That was the pretend. Was it the Pretenders?
Yeah, I think you're right. Pretenders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were pretty great too.
Supposedly, what was her name of the lead singer of Pretenders? What was her
Annie
name?
Lennox?
No. It's well, whoever she was the one that taught Steve Jones how to play guitar. Because she was stayed in England for a while.
Oh yeah.
She worked at Malcolm McLaren's shop actually for a while.
Yeah,
Malcolm McLaren's an interesting character. Yeah,
yes, he took credit for everything, did nothing. So all he did was promote the band.
Did he get
kind of like a lot of comic book
or not?
I
were the Sex Pistols kind of like the Monkeys, where they were
Christian.
Oh, did they form on their own then?
Originally, but the Malcolm McLaren.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were formed before Malcolm McLaren.
It was just Steve Jones, Paul Cook, and Wally Nightingale, and they kicked him out of the band.
Oh, so when did Wally Nightingale play?
He played around maybe the first gig, and then he was fired.
Yeah. Was he a singer, or did he play?
He was the guitarist, and Steve Jones was supposed to be the lead singer.
So they kind of did this. They just what happened to Pete Best and the Beatles, where they kicked him out in front and Ringo Starr.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, it was just. I think Steve Jones had a thing about people looking at him. He didn't like to be looked at.
Oh, that's kind of the opposit with Pete Best. All the women looked at him, and I think
he had an issue with people looking at Yeah.
Wow, that could be an issue.
I'm sorry, Andy. You said something. Something about kind of like some comic book. What?
Who did?
Oh, Andy made a joke.
Oh no, I don't even remember what I was saying. I'm actually dealing with something else at the moment.
She was so hot. I think they're talking about. I think she's talking about Blondie.
I think Malcolm McLaren helped get them noticed. I think he also helped pick. He originally wanted Sid Vicious as the lead singer, and Sid Vicious's real name is John, but they accidentally got the wrong John, which was Johnny Rotten.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, that's wild. So Blondie was married, or Debbie Harris was married to Ray Davies of the Kinks. Oh, man, the Kinks, they're a great. I don't hear many people talk about them, but they were quite innovative.
Here's an interesting fun fact.
On like rock stations and stuff. But
here's an interesting fun fact. Sid Vicious wanted the Misfits to be his backup band, but they decided to decline because it's like he'd be in jail most of the time.
Yeah.
So
the Misfits said no.
Man, it says
that says a lot about you. That says a lot about a person. When you got someone going, no.
Welcome, Anubis.
Denied.
How y'all doing?
How's it going?
Good.
See
what up?
And hey, Mr. Elkin Slice, and A-Ray says I had a cat named Sid Vicious. Awesome.
Wait, you guys were talking about. Sorry.
Oh,
we were talking about punk stuff.
We were talking.
Yeah, you guys were talking about innovative punk bands, and I'm still ashamed that it took me so many years to find out about Death.
Oh yeah. If people were saying they invented punk, it's like no, it was the MC5 that were the first punk band in
Well,
1964.
MC5 and Death came out around the same time, but MC5,
Nope.
you know, kick out the jams and whatnot.
MC5 formed in 1964.
Mm-hmm. And
Death
they didn't
came
even
out-
get to see Death.
Death came out in the early 70s.
Oh, apparently it was Chrissy Hind. Did I?
If you want to say they're a forgotten
married to Ray
proto
Davies.
if you want to say they're a forgotten proto punk band, yes.
That's what I meant. Like, as far as I'm ashamed that I never heard of them until like way later in life.
Yeah,
because they were amazing.
They were not bad at all.
They're a band that I didn't know about either. I still don't know much about them. Alkin Slices, my friend, had a cat when he lived in China named Chairman Meow.
All right, you got my thing on screen
Death
now.
Detroit Rupping. Matt told me about the band Death. I think he told me about. Matt Rogers is a friend of mine from here in northern Michigan, and my mom's told a story about back when MC5 was let's see. But Sony had, I don't know, maybe it was like an 8-track tape or whatever.
Lorenzo.
And they were playing in their car. And they were outside of the downtown shop. And they played, and they kick out the jams. And, it starts out, kick out the jams, motherfucker. And the guy from the store owner comes running out of his shop and all pissed off.
Yep.
Well, the guy from MC5 has said the reason why Death, like, they weren't more known is because
the name
Death, they're from Motown. They live in the Motown where they lived at. They expected them to do Motown, so they weren't ready for what they were bringing out.
Oh, really?
No, they weren't. No. But there's also the name. The name wasn't very marketable.
Yeah, they told him to change the name, and he said, "Go to hell."
But then they're turning. So they were before MC5 then?
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
Because there are all sorts of great rock bands out of Detroit.
No, they were formed in 1971. They lasted to 1977, and then back in 2009, when I think his son discovered his music, he started bringing them back, and they're still playing to the present.
Well, no, it wasn't his son. What happened was.
Or no, it was
they had already had their EP they had their EP, but it didn't get much sales, and it became one of those collector deals. His son found out about it when he was at a party. Yeah, he was at a party. And he went, "Why didn't you tell me?"
I'm glad they have an actual.
Yeah, they're actually pretty good.
I'm not really an expert on comic books. I like hearing about comic books. A lot of stuff goes over my head. I love
really
the art. I'm very poor at with my reading.
I was trying to share my screen so you can see my see the video for my campaign. But
I remember when Punk were the bad guys in every 80s cartoon and movie.
I have an easier time understanding nonfiction comics, like when R. Crumb did his comic book about Kafka, which was talked about. Was it Franz Kafka? Anyway, from the Czech Republic. He was a Czech Jewish fiction author. He wrote a book called Metamorphosis, where somebody, spoiler alert, they metamorphosize into a giant bug.
Franz Kafka.
Wake up one day and they're a bug. And an underground comic creator, R. Crumb, many of you are probably familiar with him. He did a book about Kafka that a Czech American friend of mine loaned to me before. It was real. I enjoyed that, but that's a lot easier for me to read. Even like a college textbook is easier for me to read than like a novel. Even a lot of comic books that are fictional, I have a hard time reading, the dialogue. I mean, I can look at the pictures and get the gist of what's going on.
Well, good comics are called graphic novels, so.
Well, yeah.
Oh, good
what's
comic
wrong?
books.
Isn't
Good
aren't they
comic
good?
books are called good comic books.
Yeah.
There's
Aren't
some pretty
graphic
good
novels
floppies
if
out there.
they're extra pages or something? Like, yeah, like maybe like instead of you've got like, isn't it based more on the length of the thing, or can you have like a standard floppy and call it a graphic novel?
Well, I meant like Road to Perdition.
I haven't
Road to Perdition. Yeah, people
I haven't read.
they know that as a movie, but I'm like, no, that was a graphic novel, buddy. Or as Tom Hanks puts it, a comic book movie.
Has anybody else read this?
The Road to Perdition? It's good stuff.
Yeah, anybody else on the panel or in the chat?
Yeah.
It was based off of Lone Wolf and Cub.
Oh, hey, good stuff. And hello, Marcel. Oh, it looks like we got Shadowhawk backstage.
Shadowhawk. I love Shadowhawk. But I'll get off here so he can come up. I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to wish you well and say what's up.
Fine.
That was pretty interesting. Not many people know.
I enjoy watching your
Oh my
streams.
God.
I typically stop by and say hello. I don't know if I did the last time I saw you stream.
Oh, don't do that right now. It's chaotic. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing.
I just typically just say hi in the chat.
Yeah.
And I try to share out your links and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, good stuff, Marcelo, Alkin, everybody. Howdy.
Yeah, welcome, Shadowhawk. Thanks for joining.
How's it going?
I think
Can y'all hear me all right?
Here.
Yeah.
Show you some stuff off. Oh, Tim wanted to show some stuff off as well.
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Hey, I love his name because that used to be one of my favorite books when I was younger.
Rex?
We got into a kind of a thing about music and whatnot, and
Hi,
kind
Carrie.
of got sidetracked. That's all right. That's all good.
Oh no!
Say hi to
fine.
Lorenzo.
This whole thing is supposed to be about. The show's supposed to be just like a variety, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's all
just
good.
kind of random, like a variety of in not just conversations, but also people showing different things that
it's so variety that
trying out
you
their
literally
hobbies
change
and-
conversation mid-sentence.
A variety, a conversation of variety of conversations. Or something to that effect. And
okay, yeah.
I don't know. Right now, I'm just working on logo stuff and seeing if it's been a while since I've done this, so I'm trying to figure out how everything works.
Is we for those cool lizard guys who, I mean, they had the right values. They just went around about it the wrong way. You know, I mean, you shouldn't really eat people. It's a bad idea.
Why not? They taste like chicken. Not that I know.
That's what I've heard, but I don't know. That's
Kentucky's right person. We do people right.
Yeah. I was thinking of a joke. I don't know if I should say.
There's a joke there.
There's a joke about
marinated with 11 herbs and spices.
And yeah, it's always great to see you. Good stuff. And Simple Jack live. So yeah, Good Stuff has an excellent comic book channel, and Simple Jack does an awesome mainly Battlefield 2042 streams. Every once in a while, he plays Fortnite. I don't play those types of. I don't play a lot of competitive games. My reflexes aren't the greatest, but he makes them really fun. It's always fun to watch Simple Jack because he's good, but he's also joking around a lot. But he also watches a lot of he shows up in a lot of comic related chats and stuff. Shadowhawk has a drawing he's working on. Maybe he will show it. Well, that sounds cool. Is Shadowhawk still here? Oh, internet is a bother. Isn't that what Winnie the Pooh would say?
What a bother.
Oh bother.
Oh bother.
Lorenzo,
Oh, brother.
like
Like you say no brother, but he say no bother.
thanks.
I'm still waiting for Disney's adaptation of Cocaine Bear, starring Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah,
no.
they'll water it down they'll allegedly water it down in Minecraft. There we go. Don't sue me, Disney, please. Don't sue me.
Yeah, instead of 6 pounds of coke he snorts, he only snorts 1.
No, actually, they are making a follow-up to that Cocaine Bear movie. It's called
Heroin Hyena?
Crack Raccoon or something like that. Crack-coon or something
Yeah,
like that.
there's like 100 of them.
Raccoon. Yeah, I've heard
Raccoon.
about that. Check out Tim Olson's Melvin 3. Go sign up for Melvin 3 on his 3rd comic book in the Melvin series over on MailChimp. And welcome DJ Ronnie G. It's always a pleasure.
What's up, Lorenzo?
So last time you were talking about how you just kind of stumbled upon working on IBM mainframes just kind of by accident, had to do with your job. And you were also showing off stuff it was the spaceships that you had made with a 3D printer.
Oh, and I love a good show and tell session.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Sounds like it's not going to end very well.
I'm working. Oh, you know what? Well, I do have to put another coat of paint on that ship. It was coming along nice, but I didn't get the proportions of paint thinner quite right with the enamel paint, and I actually thinned the underlying layer of paint. So I'm gonna have to lop it on a little thicker, I guess. Which generally it's safer to go thin.
How high are you right now?
I'm not high enough. No, I'm not high at all. I'm not genuinely not high.
I love it.
I wouldn't put it past me because it's funny. I used to smoke a lot, and I'd be at work. People would think I was always stoned. It's dude, I might be burnt, but I don't smoke before work. I have standards. Well, I didn't say it like that, but it's basically because if I got high before work back then in my retail job when I was in consumer electronics, I would be paranoid. I'd be oh, people are gonna know I'm stoned, and then So I'm not comfortable in the daytime doing grown-up things. Or you get out with a friend, and they're hey, let's get stoned, and then afterwards we'll go to the mall, and they don't tell you that until after you get stoned. It's whoa, we gotta go in public.
Yeah.
So but I'm on 2 hours.
I'm heading out.
Huh?
Said I'm heading out.
I'll see you, Andy.
Oh, where's my camera?
Later.
Where my man is.
Are you sure you don't want to promote anything?
No, I have nothing to promote.
Okay, well, I know you have a PDF, don't you?
That's for previous stuff. I don't need to promote that.
Okay.
It's nothing special.
I think you're a great artist. I always enjoyed.
Thank you.
He is. He's great.
I liked it when you showed off your stuff before, but
that was good stuff.
If you're in a hurry, I'm not going to make you show off your art.
Well, another time I got to go meet up with someone. So
okay, well, thanks for joining.
Yeah,
he's got to get stoned and go to the mall.
No, I don't get stoned. Sorry, guys.
To the mall.
I'll let the rest of you do that for me.
There we go.
All right, later.
Do I look stoned?
Yes.
I appreciate the honesty, I guess. But,
good to be on.
Welcome, Andre.
Hey, he looks like an ace reporter in the field. So tell us what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Andre.
I'm waiting for the news report.
How you doing? Waiting for the news report? There's no news report. No news report.
Fair enough. Well, how's the weather? Do you have one? Does it smell like a campfire smoke outside like it does here?
No, it's pretty nice over here. It smells like waste and garbage from all the African migrants that are outside my house. But other than that, it's good.
Holy shit.
That could be nice.
Mr. Matt says I have no.
You think you could make candles out of that and then sell that?
Me? I've known Matt Rogers for years, just in case anyone wants to sign up. So, there was a link to. Here's the Fund My Comic, and here's the sign up page for Melvin.
So, what is this, like a comic book show or something like that?
Yeah,
we talk about all sorts of different things.
maybe. What do you
So
think?
this is the sign up page.
Back to you.
And here's the campaign. Once it launches, it'll be on this Fund My Comics.
Long story short,
so
Lorenzo, if I may. Long story short, I had the campaign link on the campaign page, and for some reason, when that was like that, it wouldn't work. So I had to make a separate page for it. Back to you, Lorenzo.
Shadowhawk's going to try showing his artwork on the 8:30 draw stream. Not sure which draw stream that is, but so
That's
Matt
on my
said,
show.
I think Matt said has known me for years, which is true. Or he could be talking about somebody else he's known for years. Probably talking about me. And let's see. Oh, something about.
So you guys just do comic books and shit like that.
Yes, I have a comic book creator, sir. Hello, how you doing?
Me myself, I just opened an Etsy shop for sell shirts and stuff like that. So you guys want to check? So you guys want to check it out? The link's right up. You can see the link on top of my little screen thing here. And right now, I'm trying to figure out how to. It's been a while since I used Illustrator.
So let's see. This how I. And there's DJ.
So what do you do, Andre? Are you a news reporter?
No, I'm a political guy. I'm with a political organization that aims at trying to change the two-party system, provide a viable alternative to the current system by going out in communities and passing out, canned goods, working with the homeless, trying to establish
cool.
a lot of stuff for dissidents and on the right politically.
So you don't really talk too much about politics, but
would you say you're more moderate?
Canned goods and stuff is good.
No, I'm not. I'm not a moderate. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm far from a moderate.
So are you more right leaning? Are you more left leaning?
If you want to put me right, I'm very right leaning.
I got you. I can vibe with that. I can rock with that.
Okay.
So at some point,
I'm always right.
Trying to get caught up in the chat. Sometime Shadowhawk Talk said hello to you, but he was already on the panel, so I must be way behind. James says he'll be on soon. James is from New Zealand. He's from the South Island, which is I think it's the more rural island.
Do they have an old Zealand?
Oh, I think I'm trying to remember where Zealand
built over it.
Yes. I thought you asked how hard are you right now?
So, how long have you guys been into comic books and superheroes and all that stuff? How long have you guys been involved with that?
I personally don't really. I'm until the lizard host.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I watched superhero stuff growing up. That's not my. I like comic book art, but superheroes isn't my favorite.
That looks a little too busy, I think.
Okay, so it's comic books. What are the comic books about? What is it like this?
Usually there are any comics, so they're so usually it's whatever they come up with. So it could be a sci-fi story. Regular comic book heroes, superheroes, and super villains and stuff like that. We also have, I think we had some fantasy on here before. Quite a few times.
Yeah, there could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
It could be any.
So fantasy, it's fantasy.
It could be. Yeah. I mean, but the thing is, people could turn anything into a comic book. Like I was talking about the biography of an author from the Czech Republic, Franz Kafka. Would he be considered a science fiction? I think he'd be considered maybe a science fiction author, maybe a horror author. But our Crown underground comic artist did a book which was just like a biography about Kafka's life. I mean, I kind of like the true to life stuff, but I'm not an expert on comics. Shadowhawk's going to grab some food.
Tell me about Kafka. What's Kafka? Remind me who that is. If I'm
he wrote. I'm not too familiar with him, but he wrote Metamorphosis. Which is about this guy. I think he just wakes up one day and he's this giant bug. And so it's like, what would happen? I guess as a kind of a thought experiment, what would happen if somebody woke up one day and they're just some giant bug? He had another thing called The Trial, which was, I don't know. Trying to think if he lived in the communist era, or the Czech Republic had a lot of really.
I mean, Czech Republic was mostly communist from the 1945 all the way up to the end of the,
But they were ruled by a lot of different nations too over the years. The Czechs and so I think this guy is like, The Trial is kind of like, from what I recall, it's like he's. I've only seen the movie version. I think it was Orson Welles directed it, but I think I was on trial and he didn't even really know why he was in that situation. I mean, that's how messed up things were.
Okay. I mean, when it comes to like the comic books and the superheroes and the fantasy stuff, as a Westerner, I always, it's good entertainment. Entertainment's great, right? For modern men, it's great. But I feel that's something that holds back modern men. We're too focused too much in entertainment and toys and gadgets and cape shit.
Before. Hey, I don't think you're going to like say like save our culture by just through comic books. I think there needs to be like
I think people put way too
know about history. Not comic books, but I mean, and there's other forms of storytelling besides comic books. I just think comic books are could be potentially like, say, an easier medium to self-publish than some other stuff.
I would say that when it comes to the books, I think we're past that time. All the books and literature, that is for inspiration, but what is needed is action among men within today. A lot of modern men really lack the balls to go out and do things. So, they always fall back to, their little hug boxes and their toys and movies. And this movie came out that's what makes modern men so weak, that they have so much comfortability, too much comfort in the nation.
I've heard that argument before.
Yeah, I mean it's the truth.
Matt says, "Yeah, we were the underground hipster scene in a small town in northern Michigan." Yeah, I wouldn't say we were hipsters. Though there's definitely some people. He's a token music guy, says Matt. Eric says, I used to be a hipster in East Vancouver. That's no way to talk about your wife. Oh, Shadowhawk. What is Shadowhawk? Oh, they're going to grab some dessert, huh? Let's see. Oh, Tim had to go. Sorry. Sorry I didn't feature your book longer, but... Yeah, I know too much. It says A-Ray went to every live show there was. Saw Arcade Fire in a dive bar before they got famous. I'm not familiar with the... I think that must be a band. Here for sure. Well, I guess Matt was a hipster. You're just listening right now. Laugh out loud. Says Matt. Which arcade... Where Arcade Fire good live?
He was okay.
Kafka was before communism there. He died in the 1920s. Interesting. So it's very interesting that he was able to predict this. But he was a Jewish guy in the time where I think there was a lot of anti-German sentiment, and a lot of Jewish people at the time spoke Yiddish, which is descended from Middle High German, and so it was real easy for Jewish people to learn German. I think Kafka could also speak Czech, though, so that was helpful. Amazing, says A-Ray. Felt like what I could imagine a religious experience to feel like. Oh, she's talking about the concert. They play each other's instruments and switch them up. People's mouths were hanging open. Amazing. That's cool that they're versatile. And their early music especially seems intricate to pull off live. I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up with the messages. Saw them in a stadium a few years later. After they were on the cover of Time, not as powerful, but they are talented. My main talking point about Nietzsche's Last Man, laugh out loud, says Matt Rogers. My music project, and check out his music on Bandcamp. And DJ Ronnie G said, "Do I look stoned?"
Yeah, I'm still judging on that topic. I mean, is it my eye? Because my eye does do this like thing, right? And maybe that's why I appear stoned.
I don't know.
You do appear stoned, my friend. Yeah, you do look stoned.
Oh my God, you too. I appreciate you.
You ever seen the movie? You ever see the movie Mr. Deeds? And they got the guy, he's got the fucked up eyes and shit in the movie. You ever see that movie?
But I'll look up I did not, but I'll look up a picture of it, and I do appreciate your candor on this.
And if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. Yeah, we don't usually talk too much about politics, but you're talking about talking about helping out the community and stuff.
Yeah, most definitely. This idea that we just have to wait and vote and hope that things change is foolish and weak. You have to get out on the streets and start getting out and connecting with the people. And that's something that over at New Frontier USA, that's what we do. Get out on the streets and speak to people directly and try to engage. It's called New Frontier USA.
I can, if you don't have if you're not a mod, I can make you a mod.
Okay, go ahead. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm not a mod, no.
Yeah, just type something in the chat and I can make you a mod.
So you think I like going on other shows and connecting with smaller YouTubers because I think that YouTube fucks over a lot of content creators. I just put P in the chat. They fuck over a lot of content creators. I like going around speaking with smaller channels so that we can connect and form some unity amongst the smaller creators and shit because they get fucked over a lot, and I hate that. And when it comes to out in the real world, it's best to go out and try to organize with these small businesses and work with them. So it's just kind of I'm doing this on the online side and then doing that on the in the real world side. It's back and forth. I think both are great. Yeah. But yeah, I just type P in the chat. You can see it's New Frontier. Talk about a lot of stuff politically.
I think anything that gets us away from this two-party dichotomy or this divide and conquer situation that we're trapped in is, positive progress. We need that somewhat desperately at this stage, and a lot of people are just deadlocked into that whole, almost like a sports mentality, like the team versus team. Red team, blue team. Yeah, that's the two-party dichotomy. Rejecting that and moving towards something that is connecting with the people, that unifies the people, that people now have a voice. That's something that's needed in this country. People don't have a voice. People think that they go out and vote and things are going to change. Well, the ship has sailed. It may happen at the local level, baby, but at the national, it does not happen. So it's best that we start organizing and start working as much as we can in these communities, connecting with the working class to bring people forward to the table of discussion and debate and discourse so we can actually enact change in our nation.
And so apparently in the UK, there's something called New Frontier, but it's a church.
Well, that's a church.
That's a church.
Completely different. Yeah, that's a church in UK. I'm not from the UK. I'm from Michigan. All right, so.
Oh, hey. Well, you're from Michigan, like I am. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm from Detroit. So yeah.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Probably the worst city in the union. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of would it be kind of a toss up between Chicago at this point?
I mean, yeah, it's a competition. I don't know who's going to win, but I think Detroit's pushing it.
Yeah, they don't need to win. This is like that's not a contest you want to win. So
No, it's not.
Sounds evangelical, says A-Ray. And hello to Marcel.
no.
How you doing, Marcel?
I basically been to that point where I realized that being party A or party B is pointless because the only thing they instead of trying to fix the situation, they're forced to pick a side and talk nonsense. So it's like, okay,
Here's the thing: you got this illusion of choice in the country. You think that you are voting for two party or one party, and they're going to do something right. When they don't, they continue to fail you every time, over and over again. So it's just a game. It's a political game. They put on the show. They use as many people as they can to come out and vote. I mean, the biggest one you can say is black people use black people to come out and vote. Flag, some black kid gets shot, and that's how they drive people to come out and vote. It happens almost every election year, almost every time before election. You get a bunch of people out to vote simply because somebody got shot, or they're talking about they're going to take away this and take away that, and it's always with the Republicans. It's guns. Women, it's abortion.
They're engineering consent or manufacturing consent.
Dissent. Yeah.
Well, actually dissent. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to manufacture some dissent and leave the panel. But thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for going.
Good to have you on, man.
Thanks for coming on the stream. Rex, anything you want to promote?
Oh, not at the moment. Just I've dropped my YouTube channel and my
awesome.
Saw some artwork. Going to go ink some with Shadow's going to be drawing, so a little bit. So got a bug out.
Well, thanks for joining us. Carrie's asking what's so bad about Michigan. Yeah.
Nothing. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place. It's just our economy kind of.
Yeah.
We lost. We used to be a big manufacturing center, and that's the big thing about what our state was based upon. And then we lost a lot of jobs, like in the 70s and 80s. I think. I mean, by the time
the 90s, honestly, the 90s is when the 70s, 80s. That's when you start seeing the jobs getting sucked out. But the 90s and 2000s with NAFTA, that really killed a lot. That really was like the final nail in the coffin right there.
Was a big thing with
80s, 90s was a decline, but the 90s and the early 2000s, that killed it. That really, and that's your politicians, that's your people selling out the people, selling out their nation for profit, sending jobs overseas in order to make more and more money, to put more and more money in their pockets. And yeah, it's made Michigan a terrible place, and it's made cities like Detroit and so many other cities across the nation that produce so much for the nation. So much in terms of manufacturing and culture. Now look at them; they're wastelands, they're war zones, man. They look like Iraq. They're like every city in Iraq.
I have a friend who lives in the Czech Republic, and she said that she got because of certain. I'm not going to say it on air because it'll get struck down. But there's a certain lockdown situation. She couldn't go. I think it was just like the city right next door. But then there were people coming into our country that like from other countries, and they were allowed in as guest workers or whatever. But she wasn't able to go and visit. And it doesn't. It's like that policy doesn't seem to make much sense. I try not to get too political on here. It's just that it's like, and so she really. I mean, she's in the EU and stuff. It was kind of interesting, though, that people could. It sounded like people could move to her. I mean, like go to her country, but she couldn't even move it around in her own country. So I don't know what that's about, but that seems like
the fact. I can tell you the whole policy of the EU. They've been bringing in. By the millions, tons of migrants from North Africa and the Middle East. And coupled with our policies in the Middle East, taking out Gaddafi in Libya and Saddam in Iraq. Yeah, look what happened. You got ISIS and Al Qaeda. You got all these different groups now coming in, and all these different Muslim groups.
Trade of Black Africans in the street, like it was like
exactly
hundreds. Like it said, seems like it set that country back hundreds of years. Billy Powermax, great to see you. And people are reading. Oh, hey, Ella, our cartoonist. an artist, excellent artist. Check out LR Tunist. Have a hard time saying the name. I subscribed to New Frontier, said Matt Rogers. A non-racist dissident right movement sounds very positive to me.
Yeah, very positive. You know, one thing is that we're very Christian. That's the one thing you may get us on. Where we are very Christian, a very Christian nationalist perspective. But no, yeah, it's not racist. No, we're not going to sit back and say no blacks because then I'm here, you know, or no Hispanics or anything like that. You know.
Yeah, that doesn't even really. It doesn't even seem to make much sense to me. Like I listen to a lot of well, maybe not a lot of, but I'm not an expert, but I sometimes listen to, say, Irish traditional music or Scottish traditional music.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of these bands, they play the banjo. That actually started out as an instrument made by enslaved black people in America.
The banjo?
It started out as it's a West African derived instrument, the banjo. The old.
Regardless of that, I mean, you look at people like to say that, you know, like people like to say country music is made by black people. I don't believe in that shit. I don't think that country. I don't believe in that. I'm not trying to put down my own race and any contributions we've made. It's just more so that it's a mixture. It's taking some inspiration and then refining it and putting it in its own way. That's not we inventing it, y'all. Y'all need to listen because it's really our music.
Just one group of people, like say the old time Appalachian or Appalachian music. That was a mixture of there were black people, there were native people, but there were also say a lot of people from the British Isles, like the so-called Scots Irish or the Ulster Scots from Northern Ireland. There were I think Irish people from just from the southern Ireland that we just call Ireland.
Yeah,
there are people I think who are English, England, or maybe Scotland, and then I heard there's German influence, and all this comes together in the folk music of Appalachia, and then there's all sorts of just regional styles of music, like come down to Louisiana and.
So there's a lot of uniqueness about our nation and our peoples within it. Because I'm going to be honest, how I viewed it historically, that America is black and white. When we look at the United States, it's a black and white nation. Blacks and whites have been here for white Europeans and African Americans have been over here for a very long time. And that gets your whites and your blacks. I don't view myself as an African American because I'm not from Africa. I'm born in the United States and I'm black, so it's completely different. But there's a lot of uniqueness within our people. What we've allowed so much. As you look at black music today, it's destructive. You look at white music today, it has no taste, it has no feeling, it's not inspiring. It's just bland, and that just shows you that these corporations, these people have taken something which is so beautiful and supposed to inspire and motivate. They've taken it to just profit and to push more and more degeneracy and perversion through it. So that's what you see.
Pretty much. I mean, it's just about everything is pretty much come down to where you bought it from, and because I think back then when I was a teenager, a lot of rap music was more about going from point A to point B. Nowadays, it's them like, oh, we're gonna steal this from that person, this for that person, and then cheat on so and so, and it's like that's a lot.
I'm gonna go get a bag of weed, man. I'm gonna go shoot them up at this gas station. It's destructive, and it's sad because I grew up listening to like Luther Vandross or Gary Taylor, good black music that was something you could sit down and listen to. You could sit and listen in the kitchen with your grandma as she's cooking. I can't listen to this with my family. I can't sit back and listen to this music and be, this is hateful and destructive. There's nothing good about, we talk about the struggle. Damn, you have to sit back and cry and complain every damn day. Jesus Christ, God Almighty. It's destructive. So I try to move away from that stuff. Try to stay away from that stuff and try to promote people that are making actual good music, good R&B, the classics. I like to listen to that stuff because the stuff we have today it's asphalt culture. It's
It's not much.
Franklin. Go ahead.
No. I mean, because it's also showing up in media and in video and stuff like that. It's just like, so you're just like, you guys can be a little bit more positive about what you guys, about what you guys say. It's like,
well, Aretha Franklin used to sing in I can't remember the church in Detroit, but I don't know if she was. I don't think she was necessarily from Michigan, but I think she lived in Detroit for a while. I know the Motown scene was. I know the Motown record label was out of Detroit. I don't know. I think she was signed to Atlantic though, so I'm not quite sure how that worked. Where Atlantic was based out of, but I just know Aretha Franklin. Her funeral. Pretty sure her funeral was at a church in Detroit.
I think it was at the Ebenezer Church in Highland Park. I can't remember where it was. Probably downtown Detroit. I can't remember it. But A-Ray says, who taught you that everyone should be Christian? Well, you look at the framework of this nation. You go back to the founders. You look at, much of the early parts of America. It was intended for, and I'm going to say this is me being honest about how the founders and framers of the Constitution wanted. This nation was intended for free white men of good faith and good character. It was intended for Christians. The reason why you have the First Amendment, it was not for all religions. It was simply for all the denominations within Christianity. And that's something they expressed a lot throughout you go back to a lot of writing and a lot of texts they talk about. Yeah, it was intended for free white men of good faith and good character, and for Christianity, not for Islam, not for anything else. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but that's how it is. Now, saying that doesn't mean that I'm going to put down someone who's Muslim or someone who's I'm not going to put them down, but I believe that when we look at this country, the amount of evil, the amount of degeneracy, the amount of perversion that we have is because we have a lack of faith in God.
World, so I'm going to just state that I respect any religion that teaches people to be moral.
Well, most people, from what I've understood, most people seem to think that Christianity is an European religion. It actually did not start.
No.
In Europe, it actually started in Africa. It was in Africa first before it was in.
Well, it started in the Middle East. It started
in
Africa, Middle East. Yeah.
It started from the Middle East and came back and it went to the and it went in the direction of Eastern Western civilization and whatnot.
Colonel Marx sides with Judaism. Well, there are some interesting ideas in Judaism and Christianity that's one thing about Christianity is that it kind of elevates the devil to a real high level, whereas say in Judaism, the devil's more we view the devil and not its own, almost sometimes the devil's presented almost as powerful as God or more powerful.
He's technically not. I do. Yeah. If I remember correctly, if God didn't put him down, Michael did. Michael just went, and down he went. And that's from what I remembered. Lucifer was gonna start a rebellion.
But where does it say that in the Jewish scriptures that are actually in the Bible? I think there is something. I think the first book of Enoch, which is used by the Ethiopians and Eritreans, the Orthodox, and I think maybe even the Jewish people of those countries accept that as the book of Enoch is canonical, but most Christian churches and most Jews do not. So, and that's the part that really I think goes into detail about fallen angels and that's the one that claims that these angels came down from heaven and had sex with human women, and And so there's a little thing in the, I can't remember, I think it's the book of Genesis, about like the children of God and the children of men. But the children of God could be interpreted as like people who were like, who had previously been, loyal to God, just humans who rebelled. So there's different interpretations on that.
There's so many interpretations.
Matt says we have a First Amendment, so you don't have to be anything. He says he isn't wrong that culture is degrading, and that what is being promoted is, I have a hard time pronouncing it, simulacra, lacking soul. So Aaron Burr was vice president. He was a straight up atheist, and that's why Hamilton got in that fight with him, which he ends up getting like shot to death in that duel. I identify as Italian Jew, so A-Ray. But
really?
Wow. But apparently I'm Scottish, she says. I'm a little confused by that.
I'm confused by that too. You identify as an Italian Jew, but you're Scottish. That's a big thing right there. Like, what do you mean by that? Get your
most Italians are Catholic.
Mark says, plus ancient Israelite religion, if you go enough back, was polytheistic and probably involved human sacrifice. There are some, there's that odd verse where that person says I can't remember who it was. He said he'd sacrifice the first thing that entered his door to God, and then his daughter walks in. Never really says what
does that mean?
Never really gives a conclusion about whether he physically sacrificed her or not.
I'm trying to understand. He's saying it's much more fun than Christianity talking about human sacrifice. I don't know, buddy.
No, I think he's just talking about ancient Israelite religion.
I think he's saying that more. I think he's saying that in a sarcastic.
Okay.
I think he's saying the Israelite
religion. You can't be sarcastic online like that, you know. You can be sarcastic in voice.
Well, I think I've talked to Mark a number of times. But I think he's saying that it grew out of the old Canaanite religion or something similar. A goddess, Scott apparently says, A-Ray, I'm not quite sure what the reference to. It's a myth that the founders.
It's not true, man.
A Christian society. They fucking hated religion. This guy needs to study more. True. I don't know if they hated religion, but some of them were deists. No. I mean, like Jefferson. He might be considered like a Unitarian Universalist nowadays, though he'd be like a Unitarian Universalist who actually believes in God, and and I'm not an expert in Unitarian Universalism, so I'm just going to stop there.
Saying that the founders hated Christian religion, no, they did not. They hated the way that the church. They hated the current state of England and its connection to the crown had with the church. That's what they hated, and hated how they were being persecuted within England. That's why you had so many of them coming over here to the New World in search of a new world, and also being freed from religious persecution. So that's what you had. So saying that they hated, no, they didn't hate religion, and they intended for this nation to be majority Christian. They would have been appalled at the current state.
Christians drove the witch hunt, says A-Ray. Our ancestors used to eat each other. Well, there were people who ate each other because of, when they came here and to the Americas, and they didn't really know. I can't remember one of those colonies. They didn't know how to properly plant food, and they ended up turning to cannibalism. But that wasn't like that was really horrific situation. Hello, what's going on in here? I'm not sure, LCX, but welcome. We're talking religious now. Yeah, religion, apparently. So Thomas Jefferson accepted all the supernatural stuff out of the Bible. And there's I don't know if it was all the supernatural stuff or what, but there is something called the Jefferson Bible, and it was distributed to Congress at some point in time, my understanding. Matt says most of them were deists. which is an atheism, but also has no personal God. Well, they believe that God was like a watchmaker who creates a watch and then just kind of sits back and I guess watches the watch. I don't know. Or that reminds me, there was a Star Trek. One of the Star Trek episodes was "Who Watches the Watchers." It might have been Next Generation. Our ancestors never ate each other. Well, yeah, some people did. Remember, says A-Ray. So Satan is God's lawyer or persecutor in Judaism. So that's actually how he comes across to me in the book of Job and Hebrew religion, and is not a fallen angel. Lucifer was a reference to the Babylonian king. Well, Lucifer is actually the Latin. What was it mean? It means like light bringer. But yeah, a lot of scholars would say with the book of Isaiah that is referring to, is comparing the Babylonian king to the planet Venus at dawn, or the morning star, or which was also Venus was also represented. I'm not talking about the goddess Venus, but there was like Lucifer and all these different like deities that were represented, like the more like Venus at like dawn or whatever.
Yeah.
And so Lucifer was like the Latin deity. I think there was a Canaanite deity, and I think the Greek deity was probably the closest to. Looks like somebody dropped out of chat. A-Ray says there's are many instances throughout history where we eat each other. I don't know where all this cannibalism really, other than the Donner Party. Yes, out of survival, not for pleasure. Says, well, there was this. If you find this interesting conversation, please like and share the stream. But yeah, there is a tribe in Papua New Guinea that does eat their ancestors, in like think like in their memory, or maybe they think they take
you may want to
something.
Well, you may want to put a lid on that topip because
Well, it looks like we lost.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We lost the lead.
So let's see. Stalin times come to mind, but I know there are more. Well, yeah, that was a pretty bad situation. I'm a mod, so yeah, you are now, and there appears to be an entire offshoot of Homo sapiens that loved eating each other. Homo ancestor, what? No, and I can't pronounce that word. And antecessor, but there's other examples too. The Bolsheviks did some in the shed, but I never heard cannibalism as a thing. No, welcome, Geass. Yeah, that turned into an interesting conversation. If you're agnostic or atheist and don't believe in God, then obviously polytheism is much more fun to study than monotheism or gods. Though even some polytheistic religions or so-called, they might believe that these gods are all part of the same force, or they emanate from the same source or something. That's the goddamn pilgrims, not the founders. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Okay. The pilgrims were Puritans that had issues with England, not allowing them to religiously oppress people in their community. So they came to America. And says Mark, the founders in part were not interested in having any official religion in response to the disastrous religious wars in Europe in the 18th century. Yes, it's interesting that the Constitution Convention was held in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the city of brotherly love, founded by the Pennsylvania was the original governor was William Penn, who was a Quaker, and the Quakers or Friends, they were quite heavily persecuted. They wouldn't take off their hats, like if somebody was a higher status, people, they were supposed to call them you and not they, and you're supposed to take off your hat and all this stuff, and they'd be in court and they wouldn't take off their hat and they'd get executed. I'm not an atheist today, Ray. Atheists are oxymoron, in my opinion, a religion within themselves.
Well, that is an interesting point. If I could just jump on that real quick, unless you want to keep reading. But no, because I think the tolerance is a two-way street, because I remember I went from being a practicing Catholic. Spent time as an altar boy for a little while. My dad used to call me an altered boy, right? Get it? You were altered, like mind control. But now, jokes aside, I did that for a little bit. Went through my catechism. Got baptized 2 years after I was born, which is not like the most popular thing. But jokes. I mean, the point I'm getting at is, I went from that. I went to being incapable of comprehending the atheist experience. Like, I remember a friend of mine just straight up said they were atheists, and I was like, but how? Why? How could that be? How is that possible? How can you, believe that? To going through in my mid-20s a hardcore atheist phase, like between me applying what I was, considering logic at the time and watching some YouTube videos where people debated. And the thing was, they were debating the Christians who didn't really come with their notes and Christians who were like overly hardcore. Sometimes you can't quote a book and then use circular logic saying that the book was written by God. How do you know? Because God wrote it. And I mean, I'm oversimplifying the argument, but there were people who, participated in favor of religion in these debates and really didn't help their cause. But nowadays, I definitely have room for that, type of, like you said, morality. It's just that it's got to be a voluntary association. Making it a state thing, making it a requisite per the state is not so hot. And, those are some of the points I think we touched on. But go on, please. I'm sorry. I just want to share that.
Yeah, there's this pastor, John Hamer, in the Community of Christ. And the Community of Christ doesn't have any creeds. And so they're kind of there's people all over the spectrum as far as what they believe concerning God. And so John Hamer's own personal belief is he doesn't have a fixed definition of God, but he often will use, like, one particular idea is like just using kind of like Platonic forms, like wisdom or goodness for goodness sake is what, or love, and like so. And he finds that this actually goes back to, like, say, like, the Greek philosophers, but then even like some of the early Christians, St. Paul. He was like heavily, he seems to have been heavily influenced by Greek philosophy, possibly, like, say. They're like perhaps like the Jewish scholar Philo of Alexandria, who was combining ideas from Judaism with like Greek philosophy. So he would say things like, "Don't be so stupid," to think that God has an actual physical body, like when you come to that part in the Bible, though actually it does seem kind of like that when one reads, like,
it's some interesting philosophy there.
God's walking with the people, and he was like interpreting things more, metaphorically and allegorically, which, and so I'm just saying that that's just, how some people interpret things.
It reminds me of a controversial, I think it was a Monsignor. Was he Monsignor or priest? Teilhard. I don't think he's been made a saint, but there was a sci-fi book where he was, made a saint. I forget what they call it, canonized or whatever. But anyway, Teilhard's thing was he believed in this thing called the Omega point, and I'm super paraphrasing it, so don't beat me over the head, anybody who knows more about this than I do. But generally, like, sort of like that philosophical, metaphorical thing you're going with, and the idea that
Hold on a second. I'm going to get caught up in the folks in the chat. I realize we're behind.
Sure. Oh, go for it, please.
But I'm going to get caught up in a second. But what you're talking about, this is interesting.
But long story short, look up Teilhard de Chardin if you get bored later on. And
I don't know how to spell that, but.
No, I'll put the spelling down. But basically, he had this weird belief, and I'm definitely paraphrasing it really poorly, but it wasn't like the most conventional thing, and he was controversial amongst other Catholics and other top tier Catholics, the papacy and all of those types. So I'll get him. I'll put a Wikipedia article link up or something like that.
Also,
not
like,
that
I think it's Saint. What's his name? Saint. Is it Anselm of Canterbury? He's not a saint in my. So I'm technically Greek Orthodox, but anyway, but he is in the Catholic Church, and he said that God is that therefore. Oh gosh, I can't. I'm trying to think of the quote. Beyond what we can conceive, or something like that.
He was an archaeologist.
I mean, this was like in the Middle Ages. It's funny because a lot of people think that like the modern, I'm not trying to attack anyone who believes in who's fundamentalist or anything, but there were like very metaphorical views of God in the Middle Ages that before the Bible became like readily available with a printing press and stuff, some people like very kind of a lot of symbolic beliefs, not just about God, but about everything. Like even like why a lion was the way that a lion, the animal of the lion, that might, it was this way because of this and that and the other thing, and there'd be some sort of symbolic thing. So I think it's all interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot of people's like I said, a lot of people's idea is that they believe that Christianity started in European countries. I'm like, no, it didn't. It actually started farther away from them.
It really caught on. It caught on like real quickly, and like say Carthage was in North Africa, where that's where
because like from what I understood,
Christian. So like what's his name? Saint Augustine was a Berber. He was he was native North African. And then there was the church caught on, of course, in Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt, and there were different. They're not only like Greeks, but they're like the native Coptic people. And they still have like Coptic Orthodox and I think a much smaller Coptic Catholic Church.
From what I understand, basically it started from the Middle East and it started going in to the left.
Yeah.
So because
was converted earlier than or there were converts in Ethiopia before there were converts in a lot of European nations.
Yeah.
So
because the Ethiopian Bible is older than the James King Bible. And
it was
so it's like things to learn,
fairly early on. So what Anselm said was the Saint Anselm defined God as a being, as quote as a quote being that which no greater can be conceived. In chapter 2 of Proslogian, I'm not. I hope I pronounced that right. So that which no greater can be conceived. Now he did say a being, though, but I think that's a very. I think that's a way that maybe some people would say that that sounds really liberal or whatever. This is a Catholic saint from the Middle Ages, it's and oh, by the way, welcome, James. You joined a most interesting, unusual conversation for the show.
Oh, cool. He's talking about religion, are you?
Yeah. That wasn't the plan, but LR Tuna says it's cool that y'all talk about a variety of topics. Yeah, I think so. Just trying to get caught up with the chat. I've met A-Ray says I met a real atheist before. From what I gather, they are so firm in their beliefs that they as evangelicals or other cults nuts that
he's right.
Let it go. They have so. Yeah, I think it depends on the individual. If the guy left because of me, says Colonel Morg, I learned to chat in and around CG. It's Comics Gate. They chat hard. That's how it is.
Yeah,
Matt says
he kind of left abruptly. He kind of left abruptly. I figured somebody told him something and he took off.
Nice graphic design in the logo, says Matt.
Could be technical.
Like I said,
it's coming along.
It's for my shop. Yeah, I think this is good for a beginner logo, and I was gonna use this to set it up. So the Etsy shop's right at the top if you guys are looking for the link.
I'm trying to put you in a mode where there we go. Here's the mode. LCX says atheist, so LCX is an atheist. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to get caught up. The Dawkins,
so I can do
the Dawkins Hitchens style of the new atheists. They called themselves the Four Horsemen. Tend to be unpleasant in my experience. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Though I do think that Hitchens, like when he was drinking scotch, he could say some witty things, but like that doesn't mean he's necessarily correct. It's usually me, Colonel. A-Ray, I think A-Ray and Colonel are great. Making everybody, I think, is making great contributions to the conversation. There can definitely be no God or God, says Colonel Morg, is a different thing than not believing in God or gods. There could be, but until further data, doesn't seem like anyone's there. So I guess it all depends. And are you talking about anyone, or are you? I mean, that's kind of an anthropomorphic thing. I mean, there's some people don't believe that God say a being, but maybe say like being, itself, or existence itself or something, or the God's, not just a being who is love, but like all love, in general, or good, everything that's good or whatever, and then you're participating in the love or participating in the good. But that doesn't take away from anybody if they love somebody or they're doing good. That doesn't mean that they're, because some people have that objection. Is like, oh, that means that that's giving credit to this other thing, and Matt says
it doesn't make what you believe any less true, right? Like,
yeah,
if that's what gets you up in the morning and gets you to do, good things, and just live it how you feel like it should be lived. Sort of, it's like if I show you a picture,
yeah,
you'll say something different about it, and to some compared to someone else. And it's just like religion. It's like, if I know this will probably be quite controversial to Christians and stuff, but
yeah.
I believe that why can't it be all those things? Why can't it be all those things? Like, if that means, I think if God was going to message people, like, it would be down to an individual thing. It wouldn't be like a one size fits all. I think because people are from different walks of life.
Not every person is going to be going to get a message and like, hey, by the way, don't work. Not to mention the message is going to be different for every person. So every person needs to kind of decipher what they're doing or what that message comes in at, because sometimes the message is not vague and like you see stuff and you're like, okay, I get it now.
That's an interesting thing about the Latter-day Saint movement, which I'll just call it the Latter-day Saint movement. But and so and I don't want to offend my Mormon friends. Or when I said earlier, though, that Philo was like, don't be so stupid to think that God has a physical body. Well, there are some people who believe that, and I mean, I've even heard a Jewish rabbi say that. Whereas I think most rabbis would say it, God doesn't have a physical, so it all depends on, but what I think was interesting about the early Latter-day Saint movement, which turned into like the Mormons, and there were a bunch of groups that kind of split off from each other, including the Reorganized Latter-day Saints or the Community of Christ, that theologian I was talking about earlier, John Hamer, who thinks about God in like Platonic forms, or say love, or goodness, or these. Plato had this idea, and I'm not saying this is genuinely a scientific fact, but I don't know, but he had this idea that there was this I think this sort of ideal. Maybe somewhere in existence there's a perfect chair or whatever that all chairness can be judged based upon. I'm not sure if that's literally true, but I do think it could be. I do see some value in say, even if somebody doesn't necessarily believe there's some actual being called God. But if it helps them to be part of so much of our civilization is based upon these ideas. If it helps people to think of God as goodness or as love or whatever, I think that could be a very, very positive thing, instead of just saying, well, God doesn't exist. Or just thinking, just rejecting. Okay, so I don't believe that God's this being, this guy, the painting like Raphael in the Renaissance. He painted. It's supposedly God the Father, who was traditionally not painted at all, but and it's and he's floating around the sky, and really it was just the god Jupiter from Roman mythology. Who is I think at one time was a different deity, but eventually it's kind of lined up with the Greek god Zeus. Anyway, so Matt Rogers says, "Yeah, I'm an new atheist. Laugh out loud. I didn't know there were different sects of atheism. Makes sense. Zayre. Same as people who don't believe in aliens. How can they not keep an open mind?" So that's scary. Oh, totally Nietzschean atheists are very different from the nerdy new atheists, says Matt. Oh, Mega Point sounds cool. Cool. Says LCX.
It does.
A race, yeah. This is Colonel Morg. I also had a war campaign training. Chad Weiss too. Not a party unless it's a little rough. Here's a link that DJ Ronnie G recommended. Definitely check that out. I plan to check that out later. Artunus says James! Exclamation points. DJ Ronnie G. Okay, put the person's name in the chat. Definitely plan on looking that up later. Nietzschean was my last stand as an atheist, laughed out loud. Says Matt Rogers. Hey, Rick from Cross Comics. So Rick's a Christian comic book artist. And Matt says hello. I think it's just why we get along. What's the point to sit and wonder? And it's a waste of time. I'd rather ask, says A-Ray.
It was a good thing I had as a background for that.
G. Ronnie G says, I said Telhard was an archaeologist, but he was actually a paleontologist. That's interesting.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I said the word archaeologist earlier, and I just wanted to put that correction in.
It's a name that Colonel Morg has never heard in a chat until just now. Outstanding, says Colonel Morg. He was a Jesuit too, if I remember right. So that's what I'm saying. There within the Catholic Church, there is an intellectual tradition. And no, I'm a member of the Orthodox Church. I'm not saying I represent. I'm just formally a member. Not formerly. I'm a member of the Orthodox Church. My mom's Lutheran. I got friends and family are Episcopalian. Chardon's was it Neo? I can't remember. Noosphere?
Noosphere, yeah.
It's the internet. Interesting. I totally forgot he came up with the Noosphere. It was the cannibalism thing, says A-Ray. Couldn't handle the truth as far as why the guy left the chat. James said hi to all.
Who left the chat?
The person who was on the panel. For sure, that's the main thing I know about him. What's it called? The Noosphere? I miss Rose, says A-Ray. I thought Rose was showing up. Laugh out loud. You still haven't brought the receipts on this whole cannibal things, says Matt. Provo Kid says fresh stream. Oh, I can give Provo Kid a wrench. Make you a moderator. It's trying to get caught up with the chat. I'll get back to you. Try not to think about it much. But I've read a lot about cannibalism throughout history, and there are many instances. Many more instances than you would think. Yeah, I've heard the accusation that happened during like the Chinese Communist Revolution, but that's a country that I do not want to like talk about extensively.
Okay.
Morbid, you must have a goth emo streak. Laugh out loud, says Matt. Cannibalism amongst humans comes in two main forms: exocannibalism and endocannibalism. There's also drawing short straws at sea kind of situations. I'm not sure what exo and endocannibalism are. I know some people eat like there's a form of like if you eat this thing, you gain its power, or you're doing it in remembrance of a loved one or something, which kind of sounds like communion. But anyway, the perfect chair thing comes from Plato. The formal name is essence precedes existence, the opposite of what Sartre thought.
I think
Interesting. And no, it was coming up a lot during the CVID. That's you can figure that out yourself with some sort of health
video. Yeah.
Detail. My neighbor mentioned it, and people kept bringing it up, different instances of cannibalism. Wow. So I researched it a bit, pretty shocked. Colonel Mark says, supposedly that one Rockefeller dude got eaten by a cannibalistic tribe
damn it.
in South America, or someone in the 60s or 70s. There's still a few indigenous groups here or there that still do it. Oh, that reminds me of that film Cannibal Corpse. It was an Italian film, and the director was actually taken to court because the actors were forced to sign a disclaimer, not a disclaimer, to sign a piece of paper that they wouldn't act in any other films, and I don't know if they weren't allowed to go into public or what the deal was, but the thing was, so people thought that the actors in the movie actually were eaten. They
I will be right back.
Yeah, by real life cannibal. Well, by the that they thought it was a snuff film, and what isn't? Welcome, Anna Banana. Says hello, Lorenzo and friends. Artuna says, "What do y'all think about some of the new video games that came out this year?" That's a darn good question.
Oh, I got one. It's called
yeah. Group and in group almost caught up. Italians made the best cannibal films. Yeah, the Italians make a lot of. There's also there's a lot of creativity. Even like the spaghetti westerns and stuff brought a fresh approach to the westerns. Laugh out loud says, "Hey Ray." So we're gonna say, I'm sorry, DJ Ronnie.
Okay, it's cool. No, I forgot what I was gonna say. I was just what was I gonna say? We mentioned new video games. So Star Trek Resurgence. Star Trek Resurgence is a really good game, and I'm just gonna get a picture of the title screen, I guess, if it loads up. I'm not gonna wait for it, but no, really, I recommend it. So it's basically like an interactive movie.
So this is way different than the Star Trek Online.
Oh yeah, definitely different because it's literally an interactive movie, whereas STO is more like a massive online RPG. So it's not an RPG. It's a little bit slow in terms of gameplay because you'll get a few scenes where you got to use a phaser or you got to open up a door or you got to do some engineering related repairs on something. It's very much a guided experience, but the key to it is that it's an interactive story and decisions you make through your interactions with other characters will affect where the story goes. So at different points you could branch off and decide that you're gonna save this person's life or you're gonna let you go into the airlock first, and if you go in first, they get hit by the plasma storm, and if you go in first, if they go in, and vice versa. So
have a good night, Matt. Thanks for joining the chat.
But it's like a text adventure.
Check out his
video.
Matt's got a Substack page. He posted it in the chat earlier. Feel free to post it again. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I hope you can remember.
Is that Matthew Rogers?
Huh?
Which Matt are we talking about? Rogers?
Yeah. He's
okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries. I dropped the link in anyway. But yeah, no, I was just saying it's basically almost like one of those text adventures you had back in the 80s, except of course you got animation and video in there. It's motion capture, so it's not actually video, but CGI. But man, they got the eyebrow game. They did a lot of work on the eyebrow animation. So yeah, if you're interested in interactive movies and if you like Star Trek pre-2009, I consider this game to be the best series of Star Trek episodes I've seen since 2005. That's how I feel about this game. And the developers and the creative team made a genuine effort to make it feel like what I would consider proper Star Trek. And, from the time my friend was streaming it, Pacific 414, I'll drop a link, to the time that I picked up the game and played it myself, even without the actual Star Trek music, the musical score they used really strives to give you that Star Trek experience, and I'm just extremely satisfied with the work done on it, and I'm going to write a love letter to the guys who made the game.
Because I've I've seen some videos of Star Trek Online, and it looks like a lot of work, and I'm not sure
that is.
It's something maybe I'll try out one of these days, but that sounds a little different. And Mr. Matt Rogers, he actually he does video and streams. He was experimenting with AIR for a while, and then he didn't like the whole. He just didn't like that, and this whole. I think he's afraid that we might be confusing that this whole artificial intelligence and stuff that we might confuse a simulation with reality. I'm trying to remember his exact objection. I'm sorry.
There are some interesting objections. No worries. There are definitely some interesting objections to the whole AI art thing. And just to give you a glance, this is an example of some of the gameplay here where you're basically being guided through moving the plasma manifold. But these spacesuits are proper Star Trek right here, and the uniforms are proper Star Trek as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm very, very picky about my Star Trek content, but I'm
actually zoomed in on Geass. He's playing.
Oh, no worries. But essentially, they give you like a tour of the bridge. Are we still zoomed in on Geass? That's okay for you. I just want. Oh, okay, there we go. But you got.
But I'll go back to Geass because Geass hasn't. Both Geass and James have said hardly anything.
Yeah, I'll circle. I'll make this snappy. But you can see you got a ship that looks like a Star Trek ship, and I think we got an outdoor scene. There we go. I mean, that is a Star Trek ship if I've ever seen one. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just looks right. It feels right, and I see a genuine effort in making this Star Trek. So, I mean, the main critique I would have is in a future iteration of this game, I hope they make the interactivity a little bit different. But even if they didn't, I would definitely still buy it because I like what they're doing.
What's the interactivity like?
The interactivity is like basically like sequences where like you got to make decisions. So for instance, like right here, like there's a plasma thing, and you gotta you gotta make a decision like who's gonna go into the auxiliary airlock. Is it gonna be you or the girl?
Adventure almost.
Yeah, kind of, and these decisions are going to affect, like, whether the person respects you more, or whether they get injured, or you get injured by the plasma storm, so that's one area.
Actual RPG type stuff. That's
cool. I guess so, yeah. I'm honestly, like, out of the loop with RPGs, but I could buy that, and,
maybe an adventure game or something?
Definitely. It's like, it reminds me of a text adventure, but more video. There's this part where, like...
do you ever play the old Infocom games? I was never good at them, but...
What are they called?
Infocom. They made like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh,
text adventure. And the other goddess of Phoebos or Fable. I can't pronounce that.
Fable? I've never played it, but I've never played any of those. I did hear about like a text adventure back in the day called Zork. I know people do Dungeons and Dragons and stuff.
So I'm trying to. I think Infocom might have published that as well, but there was an original version of Zork, and then. There was a version that I think was like sold to the public, like a floppy disk or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the floppy disk would have been the way.
So I mean, but basically, that's the experience there, But I've never played Zork really, I mean, it was just a little bit before my time, and I was spoiled as a kid insofar as having the access to VHS and all of that modern stuff.
So A-Ray says DJ Ronnie would never eat people. So sweet. I hope that it wouldn't either. Well, I hope he wouldn't eat people either.
I've tried Detroit become human. Man, it was a boring game. Boring.
Oh, so yes. LR Tunis has said if you like action games like Star Trek, then you should try Detroit Become Human. Yeah,
is that a game?
For the PlayStation, I don't think I can get that on the Xbox or Switch. You only ever want to eat part of a guy. Okay, this is a disclaimer. This is like some sort of thing in Minecraft, some hypothetical situation. Don't eat people. I don't know why I have to tell these humans not to eat people. I don't. That's kind of it should be obvious. You only ever want to eat part of a guy and in front of him so you can see the look on his face. I learned this from watching The Walking Dead. Way better apocalypse-related troll than eating a whole guy.
Oh yeah, so I don't want to hold up. If you want to switch back to the other view, I just wanted to share a little bit of what I'm playing lately.
What did you say the game is called again?
This is Star Trek Resurgence. I forget who makes it, but they're doing a great job, and they will get a tweet from me expressing that.
Okay, that sounds great. So what are we looking at, Geass?
Mushroom Wars.
Looks like Dune. I see a sandworm from Dune.
So yeah, I can barely hear you, Geass. Here, it sounds like your mic's still.
Sorry, I need to get a new microphone.
Mushroom Wars. And Mushroom Wars looks like Dune. Well, it doesn't really look like Dune, but it reminds me of the planet Arrakis because of the big worm that looks like a sandworm from Dune.
So yeah, did you play this on the show last time? You remember?
I played this game several times before.
Okay, because it does look familiar. I know that they don't have to eat people in Star Trek because replicators. So this is related. Well, not all. Only I think you have to be like you. They have to obey the prime directive. So if like a planet doesn't have isn't a certain phase of development, they
Mhm.
You have to keep the food that's
would
there.
upset like the balance of power or whatever, and you can't just give everybody a replicator. Depending on who you're eating, for sure, I'd probably try to conserve and save some.
It is a sticky
Is there
issue.
shortage growth?
Industrial replicators are heavily controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Actually, because I like the Orville when they explained it.
Yeah. Continue.
They explained it. It's like we happen to them. We try to bring modern technology to them, this and that, and then we just kind of, and their whole entire society fell apart after that because we tried to advance them too fast, too quickly.
That was very similar to the concept where a discussion. That episode was like basically like I think winking towards the prime directive, which in Star Trek at least the prime directive dictates that you don't give technology, you don't really share, you don't even make first contact with a race that doesn't achieve warp travel. But for whatever reason, the Federation decided that if a species can do faster than light travel, or warp speed, that they apparently are sufficiently advanced. Like if they didn't blow themselves up as a species before getting antimatter and faster than light travel working, that then they can be at least engaged. Doesn't mean you can give your technology to them, but at least they can be interacted with, and gradually you can work your way up. But you wouldn't go up to our level.
Oh, by the way, hey, Ice Queen, welcome.
But yeah, you wouldn't interact with people of our level of technology and start showing them new tricks. You'd give them an opportunity to destroy themselves or achieve the that minimum on their own. And I remember on Orville, that was a cool episode. They showed like on their what was it, the simulator, which is the equivalent of a holodeck, and they show you this nice civilization, and it turns into like a nuclear wasteland because of this situation you describe.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that. I've watched first two seasons twice, and the third season once. I hope it's like Mad Max as Colonel Morg, and we never have to worry about it unless we run out of cans of dog food. I think he's talking about cannibalism. And hello, Ice Queen. So Avery had said, depending on who's eating, for sure, I'd probably try to conserve and save some. But I guess there would be no shortage growth. I'm starting to get really grossed up by these. This is why I warn people about. I warn you all about humans. Every day of every week I warn people about humans, and they just don't listen to me. So depending on who you're eating, for sure, I'd probably try to conserve and save some. But I guess there would be no shortage growth, or would there be scary? So this is where Colonel Mark says that the hope it is like Mad Max, and we were never worry about it unless we run out of cans of dog food. And he says hi to Ice Queen. James and Lorenzo, the question still remains unanswered from y'all. The new games one. And Ice Queen said, hi to Morg. I'd probably eat my cat before. Oh, I ate my neighbor, and that would suck. I love my cat. Sleestakians loudly, despite being lizardmen, do not eat humans. That's apparently our thing.
That's nice.
Yeah, the cannibalism, that's the human thing. Well, some other species do that. So, yeah, I want to hear from Geass and James because I haven't heard much from either of them.
To answer LRR Tuna's question, I'm looking forward to the new Silent Hill game coming out this year.
They have like a couple in works, I think.
Alone in the Dark. Oh yeah, there's 3 I think total. Alone in the Dark. I'm really a big fan of survival horror games, and this new Sonic game that I just saw the trailer for today. Actually, Sonic
Well, it's 2D,
Superstars.
right? Not 3D.
Yeah, it's kind of like the almost like the new Super Mario Brothers kind of like 2.5D type thing. I don't know. Yeah, it looks quite neat.
I don't know if you're familiar with the Roloff brothers, or I don't know, or Roloff from Shitty Web Comics, but like and Thomas Roloff said, I'm sure I'm butchering his name, but he said that Sonic's actually going to star in his own game.
Yeah, yeah.
After all
Finally,
these
how many years
years.
has it been? Sonic Mania was good,
For
and
feeding your cats if the world ends. Interesting. Once again,
Sonic Mania was good.
We do not advocate cannibalism at the show.
Speaking of games, or maybe game movies now, I guess. Apparently, Universal and Illumination are in reports to close a deal to make Legend of Zelda with Nintendo.
Interesting. I wonder how that would turn out.
Yeah.
What is this? There's going to be a Legend of Zelda movie, and all our cartoonists said cool. As far I think about as far as the video games that James mentioned, I think Mr. Dong, he's a guy at Kiwi Farms. Mr. Dong's Collector was probably the best video game release. Here, wait, did Mr. Dong's have his own video game? I'm a little confused.
Mr. Jones.
And yeah, if you guys don't know what Kiwi Farms is, I recommend. Well, I don't. I'll let you guys figure it out. That's all I'll say. Geass, so you've been playing a lot of indie games lately. Are there any like that you know that are coming up that you're looking forward to?
Well, I am planning on getting Tears of the Kingdom at some point. I can't really think of any indie games coming out that I'm looking forward to. But I need to get around to getting Tiny Metal. I like Advance Wars.
Advance Wars? What's that like?
Advance Wars is kind of like Mushroom Wars here, where I have units going around conquering things. Only I got, all sorts of military units like tanks, planes, helicopters, infantry, battleships, all the sorts. They have their different strengths and weaknesses.
Well, apparently Oz, someone who's part of Comicsgate, made a video game about Mr. Dogs, somebody who's in a lot of chats, collecting dogs. And it looks like The Legend of Zelda, but with way more dongs. That actually does sound.
Oh no, actually,
creative, but maybe not my kind of game.
It dropped in Twitter, but there was a group that made a fan video / fan gameplay of Final Fantasy 9, and it kind of had this more Fortnite cutesy type look to it. It actually it's on Twitter if you go look for it.
Which of the Final Fantasies was like was remade like a year or two ago, and they only made like half of it or one part of it?
I don't know. Most of
the was remade.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 7 is the only one that got remade.
Okay, just wondering. So
16 is coming out, but from what I hear is that they're having trouble getting pre-orders for 16.
Huh.
So
Anton Blast,
doesn't seem to be a lot of interest for it right now.
Anton Blast says our cartoonist. Not familiar with that. What were you saying, Daniel? So you're having a hard time getting people. Are people just kind of?
They're having a hard time getting people to or they're not getting enough people to get pre-orders for Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really sorry with. So, yeah, sorry to keep cutting you off.
No, you're good.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I had my hearing tested because, like, it just like my parents thought maybe I was hard of hearing, but I'm not. I'm just like on the autism spectrum. But actually diagnosed with just plain autism before they came up with now officially it's all kind of merged together into autism spectrum because because there's all it's hard to say, well, this person has autism or was it there's pervasive
Asperger's
developmental disorder, not otherwise specified. I can't try to remember what that's called up. That it was originally not it's not otherwise, but what is that called? Yeah, I'm trying to think of what those maybe what's called that. I don't know. It's like it's PDD something or other that I originally was diagnosed as a kid, and then as an adult, I'm like just I think the standard autism, like maybe that's with like iconic, but not necessarily like Asperger's. But I've heard if I went to a different psychiatrist for evaluation, they might say something different, because it's all very confusing and hard to diagnose. James says, "Yeah, Anton Blast looks cool." So, are people just concerned about this new game? I know that the Final Fantasy game I bought.
Well, no,
it was like
basically
$70 or something, and then they never really the guy who came up with it, took years to develop, and then they never came out with any deal. Well, they came out with a little bit of DLC, but the director of the game left the project.
Final Fantasy 16 is their newest game. What they're panicking right now is that no one is buying. No one is getting pre-orders.
Well, the one that was, I don't know if it was 15. The one that you said looked like a boy band, where they were traveling around the country. It looked like they were basically traveling around America.
That was 14.
Like a road trip or something. It wasn't really America, but it looked like that.
I
actually enjoyed the game, but they didn't come up with. But there was so much it's just this massive world. I didn't actually finish it though, but I heard it was just massive world. There was going to be lots of DLC, and then the guy left the project, the main guy, and then they did nothing. They had some DLC added, but it wasn't like what they had planned on having lots of DLC, I think, and maybe different season passes, and I don't think they really did. Maybe we had like one season pass or something, and you had some extra stuff where you could, I think you could see like different events from this, like maybe this other character's perspective or something, but it wasn't like what they had planned. It wasn't this massive. I mean, they created this massive world, but it wasn't this.
Yeah, it wasn't
like
this
more of an ongoing story or something.
I think the problem was, I mean, a lot of people. I know people liked it.
The combat was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
But
you get your guy to I think you could kind of hang in the air, or you hang on to something in the air. It was really. I'm gonna have to play that again.
It was kind of like teleporting. It was like this awesome teleporting type deal.
It was really interesting. Probably not what people were expecting from Final Fantasy, though.
Well, because originally they were going to use this kind of this weird it's kind of like this like a cinema type fighting where you're always moving and you're just kind of putting in codes and you're just watching the character fight, doing the fighting for you. they were originally going to do that with Lightning in her game, and it didn't really turn out that way. They went right back to the turn-based combat system because they couldn't get it to work in time, and they were wasting too much money. And then so that system eventually went into what would be Final Fantasy.
Oh,
Not 14, but
by the way,
15.
I'm really sorry, Morg. Sorry to interrupt. I accidentally deleted one of Morg's messages. I can't even see what it says. I'm really sorry. I know that they don't have to eat people in Star Trek. Okay, the replicator. I'm really sorry, Mark. I didn't mean to delete your message. Glad I already read that first. And Mark doesn't care about whatever game was being talked about earlier, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, what were you saying though? You were talking about the combat.
Yeah, the combat, like I said, the combat system that was going to be used for Lightning got kind of transferred over to the other game. So I think I'm trying to remember the line of the games now, because I think 13 was final. Because 14 is the online game.
Just as for Mark, says Risey. Oh, welcome, Risey. Yeah, I was just trying to go and see if there. I think there was somebody earlier in the chat who might be there, but who no longer has who no longer not no longer, but they neglected to give a wrench to.
Yeah, 15 is the more action. Is the one that you play with the boy bands. The boy band Final Fantasy.
I didn't think that they were really looked like like seemed like all the characters didn't they always have kind of like that spiky hair or whatever. I mean,
No, I think it was more that people kind of noticed that they all look like a boy band rather than seasoned warriors and this and that, and it looked too. I guess it looked too modern to K-pop band ish.
I think it was like kind of like maybe it was kind of a. I don't know if there was like a rite of passage. I'm trying to remember the plot. I like that female mechanic.
BTS World Tour, the video game, or Boy Band World Tour or something.
Yeah,
James, what'd you say?
I just said Boy Band World Tour, the video game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what it was, and
Mark says he didn't care about being deleted. Half the shit he type is stupid and extraneous anyway. Boy, Risey says, Mark. So what are you saying? I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm just a little out of it today. I was sick earlier, and I took a bunch of medicine, and that's kind of getting in the way of my.
Cool. I'm not actually. So I finished setting up the all the logo stuff for my my Etsy shop. So now when people look at it, they should look like a shop and not a.
Okay. Okay, that looks cool.
Yeah. So that's the banner. That's the banner on there that I was doing.
Well, that looks awesome. Yeah. Thanks for
I was
showing
gonna.
it. Sorry, I wasn't focused on you when you were.
No, you're good. I'm right now.
I was trying to focus some on.
I'm trying to get my darn link.
Geass has been apparently Geass has been playing this a few times, and I don't think I've been asking enough questions about the game, or maybe I did, but then totally forgot.
Oh, no worries, man.
No. Anyway, so
yeah. So
if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. And so James, what are there any projects you're working on?
Yeah, actually, I'm working on a animation at the moment. I could just show you a little Like, I'm not going to show you the actual
Oh, that
animation
would be
yet,
awesome.
but I think I've shown before the. Oh, it's actually no, I won't, because it's kind of. Sorry, it might be like, I don't know, a little bit controversial for the. Yeah. But
Wait,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
talking about like certain issues and certain groups of people.
All right, I'll send you a picture of one of the characters through Discord, and you can.
Wait, did
really
you?
good.
Wait, was this the one about weren't they like lesbian characters? Or...
Yeah.
You have my interest in peak.
Oh my god, cool.
You have my interest.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
was it because you showed something off before, but it wasn't.
I'll send you them through
I saw that,
Discord.
but maybe it was on your channel. But this isn't anything like intended to hate on lesbians, right?
No, it's it's just like, I don't know, it's just humor. It's just fun, you know. It's just going to be a fun show. And at the moment I'm animating the intro. I've nearly finished it, and it's taking a while. I just sent you the pictures of the characters through Discord. Yeah.
The characters we showed you on NFT stream. Oh yeah, that was actually interesting. That was a long time ago, though. That was a while back. And then check out Daniel's Vega illustrations, because apparently he didn't have enough names.
I just want to say LR Artunist is helping. She's really musically talented, and she's doing the music to the theme song.
We've got the Streamer link in the show description. But yeah, I mean, if you've got something you could show off,
okay.
I don't know. I think we've already talked about like religion and atheism, and probably pissed off everybody else. So.
Well, here goes the holy freaking trinity, because we're gonna do this now. Okay.
We are an inclusive show. I mean, like the whole thing is like I think it really is good to have diversity, not just diversity of people, but diversity of ideas. You know, and this just sounds like it sounds like this is being done for fun and not.
Oh yeah, it's not out there to offend people, but at the same time, if you're one of those people that would get offended by something like this, you need to watch it, because it's 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 everyone. I think it's important that everyone should be able to laugh at themselves.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing behind it. So,
dude's working on something really good. Left my ass off. Says the LR Tuna.
Yeah, I've already written the outline for 7 episodes. And
cool.
So, like I said, I'm just working on the intro song at the moment. LR's blessed me with her musical talents to sort of animate to this song, and I wrote the lyrics to it, but I'm not going to show you that yet, because I'm going to premiere it once it's done.
So what it is it's women who actually like the Netherlands, like, is an example of a place that's got, like, I think what is it? Is it Amsterdam that's actually got all these dikes with like that keep the wall? Are they kind of like levees?
Yeah, basically a dike
like
is, by definition, a dike is a wall that separates land from water, and that's where these women live. And the 4 strong women that live in a pirate ship, and they're not the most cleanly sort of characters, but they go on wacky adventures, and it's kind of like important to it's all about the inclusion.
That's interesting.
So here we have Shannon, who is she's kind of like the kind of gutsy sort of one, like the kind of staunch kind of, she's got attitude basically. Then you got Chloe, who's like kind of the dumb one. She's a bit of an airhead. She's a bit of an airhead. You got to have those. I love those sort of characters where they're just kind of, a bit of an airhead type thing. But the usually they have quite like a good heart.
Okay. Kind of like Rose on Golden Girls or something. Well, hey, Ethereal Dragon, welcome.
Kiki is the voice of reason. She's like one of the most important characters because
she doesn't really like stand out as well. She's actually quite cute, but she doesn't seem as like extreme as this.
Yeah, she kind of thinks about like she kind of holds the other ones back from doing stupid stuff. And then you got Rhonda who likes food, but she's also like she's an emotional eater basically. So yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's gonna be good.
So are they actual lesbians or not? Or
well, I like to leave that up to the interpretation of the viewer. So yeah, I think we don't really want to address like any elephants in the room or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like about their daily lives and just
yeah, pretty much.
It's not like it was about like sex or whatever or
no
necessarily.
No, it's nothing like that. See, I'm challenging the idea that you can actually write gay characters without making it all about their sexuality.
Rhonda, our beloved, says LP Cartoonist.
I mean, it's called Stinky Dyke Pirates, but that's because they live on a dike. And also it's you don't have to, like, a lot of sort of shows or games even I've noticed with gay characters, they always just focus purely on the sexuality of them, and these characters are so much more than that, and that's the kind of point I'm trying to get across. They do have heart, they do have sides of them that are pieces of shit, but they also have sides of them that are like that people can kind of relate to as well, and just like most important thing is that you can laugh with them, not at them.
Yeah, that is cool. So I know Daniel's got the book about trans teenager, but it's not about it's not
about her being trans. It's just her being a character.
And then at some point in time, she ends up getting somebody who's pretends to be her friend, for like social clout or I don't know what.
But the idea is basically he pretends to be her friend and what have you, and then suddenly she's starting to have issues with people and what have you, and she doesn't understand why it's happening, and then we find out that this little jerk was like to say outing her, and he's the one causing her all her problems. And the idea is that this screwball is basically a white knight. He was trying to be a white knight, and so he was creating the issue so that he could come in and save her from everybody else, And so what he ends up doing is that he ends up becoming the villain. The person that was bullying her and what have you ends up becoming her best friend, and he's a jock. This dude's a jock of jocks for the school, and so it's something but it's a story that's for later. So it was like the second arc story. The first arc story was her getting into her powers, having an adventure and then coming back to Earth, and then in that time you meet her like to say her other main cast or her other supporting characters and what have you that come in and out of the story, and then so you would learn those characters first. You would learn those characters, and then you would build and grow with those characters. And so you would have that story, and then that second arc is when you deal with that. But the idea was that it's not dealing with what she is. It's more dealing with was people being taking advantage of others and being bullied. About
yeah. So it's from a human perspective. It's not othering the person or because they're trans or anything. It's about making it. And so I think that's a thing and I think it's something these large corporations want to do, and certain maybe sections of this is conspiratorial, but let's just say some like people in positions of power.
Yeah,
could hypothetically in Minecraft be trying to divide people, but it's also a good way to sell people junk. Is like. It's like pretending to believe in a social cause, but they don't really. Corporations don't really care whether it be entertainment. Some of them
absolutely,
but a lot of them I don't think do.
Yeah,
it's like it's like 5 cents of this product is going to go to planting a tree, and maybe that tree never gets planted either.
Yeah.
We're going to spend 5 cents towards each purchase towards replanting trees in the rainforest.
Basically, the idea is to be your own change. You don't need to go out and convince 50 other people to do it. If you by coming up and telling them, hey, you're a bad person, you're this, you're that, you're blah 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 wackety schmackety.
This is part of what the show's all about is to be your own change, have your own, not just have like somebody. I mean, we do talk about okay, like even video games and stuff that we do think is good that are designed by big companies or small companies or whatever.
Another important thing too is to not baby certain groups, because it's sort of like what South Park did with Jimmy and Timmy, for instance. Like they're really cool characters, and just because they've got special needs or whatever doesn't mean that they should be immune to being made fun of. Just
they got like that epic fight too. I can't remember which movie they were. I think that the elaborate fight scene in one of the episodes. I'm trying to remember what movie that was based upon or inspired by or whatever.
The Crypt episode cracked me up. I love that. Do you remember
that those two got in a fight and it was just the most epic fight too? And these guys are disabled and. But that was really cool how they showed that. Yeah, I agree that that's the problem with tokenization though, is that the presenting people like they get presented people get like, I don't want like an autistic character that's like a Mary Sue or something like that, or just like why are all these like these autistic things, like this guy, this person, they're always some sort of savant or whatever, and that's like that actually promotes kind of a negative not a negative stereotype, but almost like too positive a stereotype. Like I suck at math. I'll never be as good at math as Rain Man. They make fun of that on Bob's Burgers. Not rest in peace. But I think the voice actor from Bob's Burger, I think he ended up in jail because of a certain January event at the Capitol building. I'm trying to remember.
Really?
I could be wrong about that, but I thought either he passed away or he ended up in jail over that, or I might be confusing my stories, but yeah, I think something happened bad, and But L. Artunis, James is working really hard on this series, and I think people will like the characters just as much as I do.
Oh, thanks, LR.
I love-
Yeah, she's been real good support throughout it.
I love Jimmy and Timmy, says LR Tunis.
Yeah.
And DJ Ronnie G says, please check out my friend Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Well, what's that about? That sounds interesting. DJ Ronnie G? Huh.
Sorry, I just coughed.
He may have stepped away.
Mm-hmm.
May have stepped away from the mic.
Oh.
But yeah, apparently there was the Guinea Pig Collective. That sounds interesting.
You know who does write
That's
a high functioning autistic character really well is IT Crowd. You know,
Oh,
Roy.
I'd say so. Would you say both of those guys are? I think Moss.
Yeah, Roy and Moss. Yeah,
I think
done
Roy
really well.
Roy is higher function in some. Though I don't like the term high function and low functioning because I think it all depends on. It's all kind of relative, but yeah.
Okay, I looked it up. He plays Jimmy Pesto in Bob's Burgers, and he was arrested for the January 6th thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to say the date because that might be some sort of banned word, but yeah, thanks for clearing because I thought I read something earlier today about that, but I was unsure. James,
Mm-hmm.
what were you saying? I'm sorry.
We're talking about like who can write good sort of autistic characters. And
IT Crowd.
And I use the term like high functioning because that's just the technical term.
I mean, but, I don't know.
I mean, that just means that you can function and you can tie your own shoes, you can feed yourself and things like that. You know, that's what it means.
Yeah, it can be kind of relative because somebody can be just like high functioning in one area and then other area just be like completely.
Yeah,
I'd hate to use it's inept. Maybe I don't know. I mean, or kind of really incredibly awkward, or I don't know. Like hell, I don't even know how I fit in. Like if I get people say, "Oh, you're high functioning," but there's some things that are like.
Yeah, well, I'm
maybe
supposedly
just real
high
easy
functioning.
Huh?
I'm apparently high functioning. That's what I've been diagnosed. But, yeah.
I have to
what I was diagnosed with.
I have a difficult time with I have to concentrate on just everyday things like if I get distracted when walking, I might just bump into something and stub my toe or whatever, like real easily.
Yeah.
Like I actually probably would have a hard time walking and chewing gum at the same time.
When you go to like a Saturday market or something, are you too worried about bumping into people than looking like at all the crap on the shelves and things? Like, are you kind of like that, or?
Well, like around the house, like let's say my mom comes over to visit, and especially then, I can end up getting distracted and just bump into stuff. I don't know if it's interesting. That's mainly when she comes over, and it's not her fault. It's just maybe I get a little nervous or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? We're all quirky weirdos, and that's what I love about us.
Yeah, she has a tendency to. She also does have a tendency to go and just go and randomly touch stuff or whatever to, maybe rearrange something to help me out or something. And that I turned kind of Rain Man. You remember Rain Man didn't like his stuff being rearranged. I don't know if you guys all saw Rain Man. But
I saw parts of it on TV. I didn't really watch it.
Yeah, it's credited for promoting maybe like in the long term doing more harm than good, but at the time it was I think it was I guess I don't like important film, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm not sure. For some reason, I'm not sure if I like that phrase, but I think it was definitely a well-made and well-acted film, and it's just who was it who played Rain Man? De Niro, was it, or no?
I thought it was Michael Douglas or Kirk Douglas or one of the two.
Dustin Hoffman, I think.
Dustin Hoffman. There you go.
And I think he in real life has like Asperger's or autism or something.
There's a lot of celebrities that have it. Apparently, Maxwell Adams is high functioning. He's the one that made The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and
oh, that was awesome. We need it.
Trey Parker and Matt Stone are, I think, too.
I was just reminded about Land of the Dead when he said Billy and Mandy. It's a song.
That was a great show.
So the Guinea Pig Collective. What is the Guinea Pig Collective? DJ Ronnie G?
What would I say? Oh, yeah. My friend posted a new video, and so I posted a link because he's a pretty cool dude, and he's got this, like, Borg motif, basically, you know? Like, he's got these guinea pigs, and he takes good care of them, and once in a while he'll, like, project onto them and use Photoshop to kind of, like, put, like, you know, Borg implants onto them and put on some, like, Borg drone voice, and, you know, basically, like, it's like a running joke that the Guinea Pig Collective is, like, plotting to take over, but of course they're just cute pets in the backdrop when he's showing off action figures and toys and collectibles, but once in a while he'll incorporate the guinea pigs into the videos. Other times they'll be plotting behind the scenes. You gotta watch those guinea pigs. That Guinea Pig Collective is out to get us. And that's why I looked high when I came here today, because I was definitely afraid of the Guinea Pig Collective. So my right eye, it's not actually a medical thing, my right eye is constantly looking out that window waiting for the Guinea Pig Collective.
Beware. Oh, you know, that sounds like a good idea for a shirt.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he's got merchandise, but he should get on to that. And yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe beware the Guinea Pig Collective or something like that.
Now, I was out of the loop for 5 minutes, but that drawing in the middle of the screen looks really cool. I like that character. It just looks cool.
So LR Tunis was asking about what people's favorite zombie movies are. He said Shaun of the Dead.
Favorite what? Zombie movie? I really don't care for.
Many times. Night of the Living Dead was awesome.
Maybe original Night of the Living Dead. That's about it.
She likes Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead was awesome.
Right? Am I getting this right? I hope I'm remembering. Hoping for some help from.
Army of Darkness. Continue.
I might shoot off now, but thanks for having me on, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was fun.
Thanks for being on the show. Is there where can we find you?
It's good chatting with you guys. I'm just at Video James NZ or NZ or however you say it. On YouTube, and I'm also actually no, I won't blend it with my Twitter account because I don't want to sort of mix those two up because I talk a lot of politics and trash on there. So I will just say I'm at Video James NZ on YouTube.
All right. Actually, it is time to get off. So it's like I was just noticing the time. We were busy talking about God.
What time? Like, how long do you guys usually stream for?
Usually about 3 hours.
Oh yeah, so it's the golden hour.
Do you say it's a golden shower?
Golden hour.
Golden.
Sometimes we only hear things we want to hear, Lorenzo.
I don't want to hear about those.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. It's good chatting with you guys. So you take care.
Yeah, take care.
You too.
Thanks for joining. If there's any, there were some things that I had kind of wanted to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a bunch of topics. Some things that have you checked out the new? You guys familiar with the new Snap?
What's that?
The new Snapdragon
The processor?
The phones, they're the Snapdragon 8 processors. I think the Gen 1s run a bit hot, but Gen 2 might not. They're like run like Genshin Impact at like 60 frames per second.
Ooh, while running cool.
Google Pixel, it seems like their latest Pixel phones are like only 30 frames per second, which because they're using a different kind of. They're using Google has their own chips, and I don't think they're really as good for like gaming.
Interesting. I was not aware of any of this, but that's kind of cool. You know, Snapdragon's always been kind of interesting. I think my Galaxy Note 3 and one of my other Galaxy phones had a Snapdragon CPU. And I think Google is outsourcing to Samsung. I mean, they all outsource to someone. And the key is that with these phones, they're using usually what they call an ARM processor, which I'm not going to get into the weeds on that, but it's basically like the type of architecture, you know? But I could buy what you're saying. I mean, I haven't done any homework on it, but any microprocessor that can do 60 frames a second and do it while running cool, which of course translates into battery life, that's pretty admirable.
Yeah, Samsung's Galaxy, gosh, I have a hard time reading this. S23 Ultra has like an all-time low price, but it's still like $900 or something.
Yep.
It's kind of so. There's after the opening of Kemet, Egypt. In hip hop, jazz, soul, and funk, the National Museum of Antiquities. RMO. I'm having a hard time reading. Hopefully, my next phone will have a bigger screen. Anyway, there was a Dutch museum that received an email from the head of foreign missions of the Egyptian Antiquities Service, saying that the museum is falsifying history with its Afrocentric approach. Because I think they're trying to say they're trying to say that the ancient Egyptians were like all black.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. And that's what infuriates me the most is because there's. Okay, if anybody looks at the map, most of the upper part of Africa is cut off by desert, and so Africa is like kind of cut in two with large swath of desert and heat. And
I was introduced to this in like 7th grade. I had this teacher, and she was sort of like virtue signaling, and she would like always make this big like rant about how like Africa had the first universities, and maybe Lower Africa did, but as far as I was understanding, she was referring to like Northern Africa, like you said, that area that is on the other side of the Sahara, and it's kind of unfair to like, you know, paint the entire continent with one brush because the guy's at the top part. But back to you guys. I just wanted to like kind of like chime in a little bit.
So, I know. So the Kingdom of Kush did rule for a while over Egypt, and I
Yeah.
don't know if there were if the people there were black
Well,
Africans.
that
I don't
was the
so
thing.
so I don't know if that was Ethiopia, because now Ethiopia actually has all sorts of amazing like architectural
Yeah.
achievements.
One.
Amazing. I really love.
I don't know why they don't like using.
Wait, hold on a second. I really do love different types of Ethiopian music. Um, I haven't had much Ethiopian cuisine, but I've heard that's great as well. But they're actually mixed, like Caucasian, but like maybe more like Arab or Middle Eastern with like sub-Saharan African. I think there's different like mixtures depending on the ethnic group, if I understand correctly. And that I think Ethiopia, like Aksum, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, and Lalabella, like those regions, I think would be really worth people researching, like as far as like black kingdoms or kingdoms of people that are part black. I mean that because instead of just looking constantly at Egypt, which doesn't seem to have had as much, there might have been some sub-Saharan Africans there, but there were also I think they were typically more like Middle Eastern, and then even some of the rulers were like from like Greece, right, or Macedonia, I should say. What were you saying, Daniel?
Hang on. I am
I
actually
wanted to get that out because
because Africa is like from like Sudan to like certain parts of Egypt, because Egypt wasn't they didn't have a border up they didn't have a border way back when, so like from Sudan to parts of Egypt, it was nothing but desert, and anything going from Egypt to Sudan going to the left all the way to the Western Sahara is nothing but dirt. So and at that time we didn't. There are no cars. There's no nothing that or airplanes that are gonna make that travel faster. So back then it was none of that. So a lot of it was a lot of what was in control of Egypt was Greece, because Greece is like one of the partners. So was Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Kuwait.
Well, Alexander the Great conquered a large portion of the East, right?
Yeah,
Like,
basically,
India, I believe.
Basically,
I'm trying to remember if he conquered it.
I think he made it all the way to Iran and then all the way down to Egypt. I think I'm trying to remember, but I do know that for the most part of Egypt's existence, a lot of it was them being conquered by random screwballs, and at one point Rome was in charge of pretty much everything that was in Egypt. So,
well,
the pharaohs were actually
the Romans
Macedonian.
Did the Romans kind of did they conquer the Greeks, or they adopted a lot of Greek culture, and
they had a lot of Greek culture. They had a lot of Greek culture
as far as education,
especially when it comes to like their ports and what have you. Those were all together, and then so a lot of Greek architecture and work was in those. Was in those areas.
Incidentally, that was from a CNN article.
Yeah.
So I mean, there wasn't like from some sort of right wing out. I mean, this is
No,
which is like, if anything, I'd say kind of leans like pro-Democrat or whatever. But I'm not trying to get too political. I think that kind of got. I think we kind of crossed that bridge earlier in the show, where that one guy came on and then kind of mysteriously disappeared. maybe had computer problems or whatever.
Maybe I
Can't
need to
prove
read
I had
this.
anything to do with that.
Hmm?
You can't prove I had anything to do with that.
Well, you definitely didn't have anything to. You didn't have anything to do with it. You just kind of walked into that situation and wasn't really. Yeah. Sorry, I got like so political and kind of. Yeah. I don't even like those labels either. Like I was just hoping I'd hear a little bit more about like helping out
Yeah, that was an interesting aspect of what he was talking about. I think we got into the weeds on religion, but like he's on to something, and I think some people might take offense being told that being into gadgets and toys is like something we don't need. I mean, there's some truth to that, but getting out there in the community and doing something like that's admirable,
Yeah, and I don't know how I just got kind of we got kind of off track on this topic because I think it was because he just decided to go and get kind of turn this into like a religious whatever situation. So I guess the Little Mermaid
is not doing well.
Alleged review bombing prompts rating system changed by IMDb. So we've
Oh no,
okay. So what I'm going to say is that happened on with like the Amy Schumer special or whatever on I think it was Amy Schumer on Netflix. They claim that as an excuse to change things, and they might have changed things on Rotten Tomato because of alleged review bombing. And so now they're going to. It seems like we've got to protect these large corporations' fees. Anyway,
for whatever reason.
So what were you saying, Daniel?
No, basically what happened is that the movie isn't doing well. It's not even doing well overseas, and so they're trying to blame this. So they're trying to blame it on. I think right now they're trying to blame it on. They're trying to blame Triumph, but it's like you guys do understand that that other movies they've done have other movies that you've done have sold in China. The only thing that isn't getting that they're not liking it is the movie sucks. You guys are just not being not being truthful. You're trying to blame racism, but really you made a bad movie and nobody liked it.
My coworker did say there was one musical score that he felt it got him to feel more emotion, and he basically credited the actress's performance in that song compared to the original. I mean, I thought the song that particular song was done fine, but it's annoying when you're at work and somebody makes you watch a video and then they stand behind you while watching. Anyway, but jokes aside, you know what I'm talking about, though. But she did. She seems to be a somewhat talented singer. Her name rhymes with Halle Berry, which is pretty funny. But not her fault if she was miscasted. That's all I literally wanted to say. No, continue.
Well, it's the name always confuses me because I'm dyslexic and it's so close to Halle Berry that for I had to look that up to make sure that Halle Berry wasn't in there because it's like, oh, this is something else. This is someone else. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah,
it. Confusing.
Yeah. So from what I hear, she's Halle Berry. She's not a great actress, but she does okay. But I think it's just since it's essentially her first time doing any kind of acting, they kind of shouldn't they kind of picked a weird person to do this. Not there's anything wrong with her, but it's just they picked an unexperienced actor, and it's just like
Well, it
kind of
also can depend on the director too. You know, like did they have a really great director, or did the director kind of? The scenes I've seen, looked like the acting was outstanding. Like I liked what I saw. Was little I saw of Ursula. Is that the name of the Sea Witch? The Disney name?
Yeah, the Disney name. She was just called Sea Witch in the Hans Christian Andersen book.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anyone actually had names in that or the original. Anyway, how are the wings looking?
pretty good.
Men a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was screwing around trying to get them right. This is the inspiration for them.
Oh. That's cool.
That's cool.
All right, so I did start working on this shading already. I just forgot about that. I went working on the palette in
I like the character. I like the character design.
Yeah, her name is Revi. She's one of Lily's bounty hunters. I'm trying to remember if I told Daniel this, but she's meant to be modular. Like her limbs are supposed to easily be able to come off and be replaced in case she gets damaged.
And I
don't think you did.
Said,
Cool.
welcome
I
on.
think I told you that a while. Well, actually, did I tell you? It seems like something I might have told you a while ago and then forgot about by the time you actually drew it. I don't know. Maybe I was just talking to Harlock about that. But basically, Lily is supposed to have these immortal bounty hunters that they don't stop, and they're there for a deterrent because if you kill one of her girls, she'll send her mortals after you, and you just won't stop until they get you. They're not too shy about causing collateral damage.
Interesting.
I've mostly finished the shading on the head. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do the inside of the ears.
It's taking me a minute to figure this thing out.
What are you doing?
I was yesterday I was creating a border for this, for what I'm looking for. I wish I had a preview window so I could see what that is I'm doing. No, stop doing it. No. Damn it. Okay.
And check out Natural Hustlers channel. Well, welcome, Dragon. How long have you been here?
About a minute.
Okay. I was afraid you were
All right. Well, I guess what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna go ahead and just freaking make a.
I'm kind of out of it tonight.
Period.
I see what you're trying to do, though.
And I want to see the border of it, because because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to avoid I want to make both a black one and a white one so that I can know, and I can see it. It looks pretty good. That way, when I make two shirts, when I make the shirt, I have two versions of the shirt.
That makes sense.
And then
swap a layer.
So right now, it's just me trying to make sure that the border looks good.
I mean, ultimately, to do the color change, would you just be like disabling or enabling another layer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Raven?
Hmm? No.
Raven. I can see where you could get that impression, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me to yell Raven for the cult of Raven people out there.
Okay.
Hope it's sunny out tomorrow. I gotta take my tortoise out for some exercise and natural sunlight. And then I gotta go and do maintenance on my turtle tank because my squirtle, she's getting a little bit big, and every few days she like collapses her basking platform, and I gotta like push it back up. So I need to do some permanent reinforcement on Squirtle's side of the tank while also adding water because evaporation happens. But I just wanted to share that. I wish I had a turtle. Oh, I did upload a live stream. I'll put a link for anyone who wants to see my turtle later on. I did like a video where I brought my turtle up to my room in a box, and I'm talking for like the first couple of minutes in the video, and the turtle is trying to climb out of this box, and you start seeing her in the corner of the screen, like coming out of this beer box. It's like that tall, and she's like, and turtles are kind of fun to watch, engaged in antics.
It's like letting the cat out of the bag, but you're letting the turtle out of the box. I don't know. I get you. There was some other stuff too that I wanted to bring up.
And then you get. I guess I gotta jump off because it's actually. Like I said, it's actually kind of late here.
Yeah, where can we find you, Daniel?
Okay, you can find me at Tier Comics on Twitter. You could for right now. You can still find me at the Tech Corner on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter as well. You can find my Etsy shop at Vega Illustrations. I'm like what I'm doing right now. I'm putting up art for it for t-shirts. They are a little high,
and so are some of the viewers.
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
So, but I hope you give it a shot.
Welcome back here. I know people keep accusing you of it.
But I hope you guys give it a shot. And then I will see you. So I will see you guys.
Now smiling like I'm high.
I'll see you guys next time.
See you later.
Later, guys.
It's good having you. It's good talking to you.
You too.
Here we go.
Cowabunga, dudes. Oh, I'm totally sober, I swear.
Okay.
Now, I'm on 2 hours sleep, dude. Like, I went to my uncle's funeral this morning, okay? I went to bed at like 3. It's okay. His family's more distraught than me. I mean, I respect the man. He's a good guy. And, I don't know. I don't think anything hits me anymore as hard as like losing my mother, for example. That was like a while ago. But point being is that's like the biggest heartbreak.
I lost my dad, and I'm still, and my brother, and I'm still trying to.
Those two would definitely be like top.
First, my dad died, and then a few years later, my brother, and it's been 5 years, but it's still.
That would definitely, that would stick with me as well. I mean, especially my brother, because I expected my mom, to pass when she did. I mean, not exactly when, but in comparison, it's a little bit different. Unless your brother's 80 years old, but even then.
No,
but
he'd be like in his. Let's see, he'd probably be in his like. Oh gosh, got to do the math now. I think he'd be like in his early 50s now.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Dan, he was like 70 something, and it's funny. Like a year ago, he's saying
it'd be like around 52 or something.
Okay, so he was younger. I got you, like 40s ish.
I mean, if he was still alive now, he'd be 52.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's young.
Yeah, so he died in his 40s.
Okay, so he was younger. But yeah, Uncle Dan, this guy was like 75, and he told my dad, your warranty runs up when you get past a certain age, so have your fun while you can. But I'm sorry, you were saying?
Well, I think he was in his late 40s like I am. So, I mean, shit. But, I do think I'm currently in better health than he was. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't let that.
Got really bad. He was using an LVAD, it was what Dick Cheney had for a while. It was.
Yeah.
But my brother needed a heart transplant, and for whatever reason, he got removed from the list, and then I don't know.
They got a lot of criteria.
It was all really confusing.
But I guess it's
check out High Tier Comics. It's Daniel's site.
Nice.
My sketchbook. Great to see you, as always.
But what even a few years ago when we had that whole thing with the video cards, that like people were taken off transparent list because they chose not to go to the store and buy that product or whatever, and so even like before that, I'm sure there were other factors, and I'm sure they also sometimes there's legitimate factors, like they take your blood pressure and the doctor's like, oh, your blood pressure is too high for a transplant. I mean, I'm sure I'm oversimplifying it, but I can imagine a lot of that plays. But my mom once interviewed a guy on public access TV, and he was on I don't know, on Dateline or some shit like that before being on there, so they were able to play a clip, and she interviewed the guy. At the time, he already had a transplant, but the cool thing was he was on whatever it was, Dateline or whatever, NBC or ABC News. He was hooked up to an early version of the artificial heart machines, basically. So in his case, it was a big rig. It was like a crash cart with a rack of equipment, almost like a server rack. And he had 2 silver tubes, which they had to be silver because silver, as believe it or not, it has antimicrobial properties. But anyway, 2 silver tubes, I believe, were going in, and there was some kind of junction or whatever, and that was the part that you pump the blood through. But it was an external machine. If the power went out, the nurse would be ready to crank that shit up. And I thought that was he died a year or 2 after my mom's show, because ultimately in his case, the body is challenged. It's either going to reject the organ, or with the medication you have to take to prevent that rejection, sometimes that makes someone susceptible to different things too. So what I'm getting at is it's not all sunshine and roses getting transplants either, but some people, I think today, I'd like to think that today the technology has improved, because I know my friend's mom has been kicking for quite a few years with a transplant, and I hope she keeps kicking.
Even her medicine is better than what.
Really? I didn't even know. Yeah, recently my dad's doctor wanted to put him on, I think he started going on statins, and they want to do the stent thing. So he did a little research. It looks like it's not all bad, but it's you worry because are you just scraping away the blockage or the the stuff, the buildup on the side of the artery?
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of heart problems.
Yeah.
What I was thinking about was congestive heart failure, but there's it sounds like there's some sort of buildup of plaque. Oh, A-Ray
Yeah.
saying that she misses she misses Roe, Pan and Gat too. They were in the Roe was on
You remove the material,
Gat
you
was in
get better.
Pan was in the chat. I don't know if Gat was last week. And missed their stream in the morning. Should be watching it. I got the link for them, but no point in sending. Okay. Well, you can.
Yeah, and not everyone live. As long as it's hard.
Feel free to promote the link in the chat if you want.
Yeah, always. I know sometimes it's hard to rewatch people's live streams after they've occurred, but it's worth sharing.
Yeah, we get a lot of quite a few views on the replay, and
really cool.
Yeah, I like catching up with there's certain live streams that if I miss it, I just I definitely go back and watch it because
Sometimes I skip through.
His personal preference, but let's see. There were other. But what I found out with the Snapdragon, the Qualcomm, I don't know if I pronounced it right. Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 processors. So the Samsungs with those processors tend to be quite pricey. There's some phones like direct from Asia that are much lower in price, but that are aimed at gaming, and maybe and I think the camera quality, they might cut down the camera quality because it's mainly for gaming, and whereas a lot of people maybe they just want a really really nice camera or whatever, but if you're using it for gaming, maybe you could sacrifice that. But the thing is that but for some reason some of these phones like direct from China, they don't support all the different like AT&T and a bunch of companies have different formats.
Oh yeah, that's true. The what do you call it? It's the radio frequencies. Basically, like the different carriers in the U.S. at least, they use a plethora of frequencies, at least a handful of them. And I don't think it's exactly like that in Europe. That creates a challenge now where you can have an exclusive, and if you unlock it, it'll work on the other carrier, but you're not going to get full functionality, or you might not be able to tap 5G, for example.
Well, it sounds like it's particularly a problem with like these Chinese phones. It sounds like maybe they'll work on T-Mobile, but not on AT&T or Cricket or Boost, or I'm not even sure if it will work on Sprint. It might just work on T-Mobile, and I could be wrong about T-Mobile. It could be some other carrier.
Yeah, but T-Mobile, a lot of things work on T-Mobile, and sometimes you'll get partial functionality, like for example, no 5G, but you'll get like decent 4G or LTE and what have you. But then sometimes it's not a two-way street with the carriers. It used to be I think it used to be worse. It's a little better now, but it's definitely good to be cognizant of that.
Well, welcome, A-Ray.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining the stream.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was cool having you on last week. You seem kind of confused. I know my voice is kind of high-pitched like Gat's, but I swear I'm not Gat.
Oh, is that the one I thought was Gat? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember last week.
A little
Yeah.
hayseed.
Oh, you sound like such a little sweetheart.
Check out his rap music. It's definitely unique.
I should.
But,
I should.
I guess he's making comics now, and I'd like to learn more about them.
Yeah, they're interesting.
I
people.
retweet his comics when I see him promoted. I go and I retweet his comic books.
Oh yeah, is that how you know them? Just from the comic scene, or?
Yeah, and they used to be like really big fans of Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh yeah.
Maybe, and my big thing was it seemed like they were like a bit too into defending him at the point of like there were some
Yeops.
well, what I was gonna say was there were some like big spenders in the comic skate scene, and like some of them were just kind of like feeling bullied because they were like criticizing things, and some of those people may have been just like trying to make things like some sort of criticism is sometimes necessary to get things to improve. But I like the direction the war campaign moved in, where they're Gat's actually making comic books. They did some that definitely covered the trucker stuff up in what was it?
Canada.
Yeah,
Canada.
But what city was that?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I
What's
kind
the
of
capital?
witnessed from them is that
Ottawa? Was it? No, wait.
Was
it
it
Ottawa?
between-
Yeah, Ottawa.
Okay, yeah, that's the capital of Canada.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh.
So
Or Victoria, I don't know. Yeah.
I just thought that was an interesting change of pace for them to go and
It is, yeah.
be covering.
Yeah, well, it was pretty urgent, right? So they had to do
Yeah.
what they had to do. And one thing I know about them is that if they love you and trust you, they will defend you till the ends of the earth, right? So maybe they thought
Yeah.
that Ethan was a good dude and ended up being a pedophile supporter or something like that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not making that out. I think what happened was what happened with Ethan is that he's put out like
he's a scum. He's a sob. He will do whatever people tell him to do. Yeah.
Ethan's like the head of comics. He's claiming to have
Okay.
comic skate. I got a lot of comic skaters who watch the show, and a lot of them like Ethan. That's perfectly fine. My criticism is like, okay, so he's got into doing so many different things. He's doing live streams. I don't know how many videos he makes, but he does a lot of live streams, and he's making action figures. That's real cool and stuff. But like but he's only made 2 completely new books that weren't like he had some that were like reissues or maybe.
Yeah, the guy's a fucking weirdo with his fucking wigs and all his different looks, and the way that he supports, from what I've gathered, the way that he supports pedophiles and whatever. He'll support anything. He'll support anything.
I'm not going to make the allegation on here. There's a lot of lawsuits.
Have you ever seen him like go against anything? What has he ever gone against? Has he ever had any pure strong emotion?
He's gone against all sorts of things. He's got anyway. But my thing is
I'm not seeing it.
Since late 2018. He's like
grown. He's grown.
Wait a second. Since late 2018, he's delivered 2 completely new graphic novels, and I guess he has like some sort of he's got like kind of a small.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. Anyone can plainly see he's a weirdo. Yeah.
Okay. Well, my thing is that like, my big thing is like, I just wish he would like. If you really want to take on if you really, I don't think somebody's going to even take on Marvel and DC, because Marvel's owned by Disney, DC's owned by AT&T. But if you want to just like even like just get people to buy your comics, probably would be good to come out with it on a regular basis, and instead of once every 3 years or whatever. And not get upset with customers when they complain about how late they, it's like if you're humble about it, I'm a lot more forgiving about. Okay, this is a late book or whatever, it can happen. But for people to go around like making fun of customers for wanting.
Oh yeah, I saw that. He was
really
like doxing. No, I saw that he was doxing people who had backed him up and shit. Like,
well, there's been allegations of that.
No, he admitted it. I saw him admit it.
There's been all sorts of different. People have made.
It's not an allegation if somebody admits it, though. I love you, Mister. I do. You sound so sweet and stuff, but it's not an allegation if somebody admits it.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of. I'm saying the part is like. I agree that he's definitely doing things the wrong way.
Oh, he's a weirdo.
What I could consider is like. I think there's a lot of different people who are just kind of losing track of things. You're not gonna. I think it's very important to have like indie creators and stuff. I don't think the comic books alone are going to save Western civilization or whatever. I don't think buying like a very expensive comic book, and I do encourage people to go and support independent creators, but I don't think like spending like $35 on a comic book that's not going to win some sort of culture war or.
No, of course, but if you're anonymous in the Comicsgate world and then you decide to back somebody and then they release your real name and shit, like that's a bit. Like there's no integrity there at all, right?
I just don't see how these methods are going to get people to buy comic books or back, or trust crowdfunding or whatever. Because I always thought before Comicsgate, I never crowdfunded anything because I would hear of these like video game consoles that would never come out. Some of them actually do come out, but there's even right now there's a certain video game console called the Amico, and people back there waiting for it. Maybe it's going to come out eventually.
That's funny.
Maybe it's going to be a cool the Atari console that came out. I think it's a Linux-based thing. I think if you get it on sale, some people say that they got it on sale and they really enjoy it. I don't think it would be worth my money to buy it.
Yeah, you're getting off track of it, though, honey. You are getting a bit off track. Also,
that's what we do here. We jump all over the place here.
Yeah, I know, but let's talk about what a weirdo this Evan guy is. He also posted shit about Pen's sister, who I believe, rest in peace, has been passed away, and that is just beyond. And so for anyone to even defend him at all is absolutely ridiculous. I don't care if he makes good comics or backs good shit. Like that is fucking gross. Don't you think?
I didn't see it, but he's done all sorts of things.
Yeah, he's a weasel.
Horrible.
He's a weasel. He's gross, and he's obsessed with wigs, women's wigs.
The whole thing. That whole thing is I don't know what's going on with that either. That is,
it's fucked up.
It's
fucking weird. He's a weirdo. Yeah.
I just don't know what's going on with this is there's supposed to be all these again, I don't want to get political, but it's for these people they're all calling themselves conservatives, and it's just kind of strange. There's a bunch of people who
did not I did not know that. I mean, I don't know shit about this guy. I'm way out of the loop on the whole comic scene, even though I know people who are into comics. But I mean, I do have pictures. I don't have quotes, but I do have pictures of the guy wearing wigs.
So
Yeah,
lots.
lots.
Yeah, like.
So I can confirm that.
Norman Batesy creepy style. He's a fucking creep. He's a weirdo.
I'm saying but I'm not
Zero
saying,
integrity.
Yeah, like I agree. I'm just using that as a filler word, but yeah, he does. I do agree. He wears a lot of wigs. Wish he were in the. I wish he were in the chat because he knows some of the history behind that. And
who?
Colonel Mort.
Oh yeah. We get along well.
Yeah, he's a fun guy.
I don't know who he is, but we seem to get along.
A big fan of the war campaign. I think he was on the Discord. I never was. I never was on the Discord. I did watch a lot of the early streams, but I guess there were streams that I think what would happen is sometimes there'd be a stream and it would get privated for whatever reason, and so I think there was a lot of stuff I did miss early on, and so
I don't know. I feel a little bit like if War Campaign called out a pedophile and it ended up being true, the guy got arrested and charged.
I have two friends who are being sued over that allegation because they made that allegation against someone, and I don't want to get
all
sued.
it takes is a lie detector. Then get them to take the lie detector test.
That's reliable.
Polygraphs are definitely not particularly reliable.
The courts think they are. So
in America, they're not considered admissible.
So if he beats the lie detector, he gets out. Then.
I don't know. Why are you? If the guy was actually arrested and charged with having like 1,600 pictures of kiddie porn, so what are you defending?
You're talking about Slick Jimmy?
And War Campaign called him out, knew that he was a pedophile, and then it ended up that he was a pedophile.
Can you stop saying the word? YouTube doesn't like us using certain words on here, and you might get Lorenzo in trouble.
Oh, sorry.
I'm telling you that.
But yeah, there was a guy who got arrested, but the thing is that there were a lot of when people go around like. When there's people, and this is the thing I hear from a lot of conservatives will throw. I'm not saying that. So it's kind of like how some liberals will call everybody a Nazi, or leftists or whatever will call everybody a Nazi. There's certain people on the right who call everybody that.
Probably shouldn't say that N-word on YouTube
or whatever. And so it got used so much that when by the time. The accusations like I hear made every day against anybody, anybody who disagrees with anyone, and so it turned out there was one guy who apparently was being called that. I didn't even realize he was being called that, and he ended up going.
Yeah, because of his art and his comments were really pedo.
It's you can't really. It's.
Yeah, but come on, you got to give them credit that they called it out, they saw it, they spotted it, called it out, and then the dude did get charged. He had like 6,000 pictures.
I'll give him credit for getting that one right.
So to even
I'm just
defend,
that, okay, I've been around the scene though around this indie comic scene since 2017, and like I just. Like I've just heard people just like throw out that word, like
no, but not in this case.
A lot, and it turned out that one guy actually was. So
yeah, in this case, I don't believe they called anyone else that word.
Oh yeah. There were people.
So,
there were people who were. Who were like fans of the war campaign who used that. Who used that word?
Yeah, but not them. And then to even defend this to even defend this Ethan guy.
Beef with the war campaign. I'm just saying that there were people who would like put like the war campaign logo near their name and go around calling people that. I can't remember who it was at this time.
Well, whatever. Forget about them. They weren't the war campaign. And to even defend this guy because he's maybe done some good work or something, or according to you, he hasn't. According, well, a little bit. You're being really like, you know, neutral about it.
I'm just saying that I don't like throwing around that word on the stream because it could get the whole channel taken down.
Yeah, no, and I'll stop saying that word.
I thought you were accusing Ethan of being one. So just
no, but just he supported it. He wears women's wig.
You have no clue what all happened. Like there.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
There was a lot of really fucked up shit that went down, and there were a lot of people involved that did all sorts of things that in retrospect
you're right.
they probably regret. And you know, so I'm sorry,
yeah. And then there's the Pound Sister thing though too. Like these things are stacking up, and I find you sound like such a sweetheart. Like I love you so much. I wish I could know more about you. But the fact that you're just like kind of remaining neutral about this guy who talked about
I'm not remaining neutral about this guy. I'm just saying there were lots of people being accused. There were lots of allegations have been made over the years about.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there were allegations made
about
so many different people.
However, the doxing and the P word is proven. So.
But yeah,
right.
But the deal with Slick Jimmy was he was friends with a lot of people, and there was some sort of story that hardly anybody even knew about. Some sort of I think it might have been some ash can or something, some supplementary story that wasn't the main story, and I guess that was really sus. And there's like. There was some
his posts were openly P-word. One of them was like hug a teddy bear, a doot. He was openly a pervert.
We're talking about like years and years and years worth of stuff, and now in retrospect, everybody knows. Oh, you can look at this and see that this guy was this way, but. It wasn't like at the time.
Yeah, all right, but okay, that's fine, I guess. But I don't know.
Because the thing was, there were a lot of people.
War Campaign spotted it. But War Campaign spotted it from 1,000 fucking miles away. 1,000 miles away. And nobody else, and you're still like, why didn't Ethan spot it? It's very easy to spot.
But you weren't around at the time, so I mean,
it doesn't matter though. I've seen the screenshots, I've seen the videos. It's very easy to spot.
But not everybody sees every single fucking screenshot not everybody sees.
Yeah, God, then. God.
Over like. Several. This guy was around since like 2018, and not everybody pays attention. Not everybody will just like pays attention to everybody.
Yeah, and then so War Campaign starts bringing it to light. War Campaign starts bringing it to light and calling it out. And then the dude actually proved.
I wasn't even aware that they were calling it out at the time. I found out about it.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not calling you down. I don't.
You know, it's like.
I just don't understand how you can back this Ethan guy with what's going on. That's all I'm saying. I'm not calling you out.
But. I'm not backing Ethan. I don't back his books.
Well, you're kind of defending him a bit.
I'm just saying that he actually didn't. He had Slick Jimmy on. I think he might have had Slick Jimmy on his show early on, but I don't think he was like I don't know. I don't really know much about
Yeah.
So much
Yeah,
crazy
well, you
shit
should know
happened
more about it.
So much crazy shit has happened since 2017. It's
Yeah.
just unbelievable. Like,
Yeah, you should find out more about it before you keep respecting this Ethan guy online, I would say. But anyway, we can change the subject. I'm not trying to be rude.
Ethan had me blocked for years on end. I mean, he had me blocked for several years. Only recently unblocked me like a few months ago. I mean, that's how much Ethan likes me, is because
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to be
Ethan does
rude,
not
Lorenzo. I really like you.
Well, I like you too. I'm just saying though that there were a lot of things that went down, and a lot of people got called names, and there was a lot of crazy shit.
Yeah,
There was so
that's
much
fine.
stuff that it was impossible for any one person to keep track of it all. It was just crazy. There
Yeah.
were and there were
Except in retrospect. In retrospect, you can keep track of it, right?
It's in retrospect, there are all sorts of red flags in retrospect, and apparently the war campaign did catch it at the time. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Anyway,
Yeah.
something to think about. Something to think about, right? Something to think about.
Well, yeah, but it's something that's brought up each and every day on Twitter.
Oh, still to this day?
It is something that I definitely think
Oh,
about.
still to this day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things get brought up for years. Things that happen in comics get brought up years and years later. This conversation could be brought up 5 years later from now. So I mean, that's why I was,
Yeah. You got to be careful, hey?
Or with Ro or Cat or Pan here, I just
Well,
or Ethan or whatever.
Come on now. Oh, come on now. We've all seen it.
Yeah, but there was a lot of stuff there was a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, you sound like a real sweetheart, Lorenzo. I'd love to just see what you look like and know you more. You seem like really sweet, good-hearted.
See? Let's see. My tinfoil hat. Here I am as I don't even know what kind of Pokemon that is.
Well, I like the alien.
Pokemon was called Cubone.
Yeah, so the friend who drew that, let's see, he was a big critic of Ethan, I think, but let's see. Anyway, I think he was, or he passed away sadly.
Oh, that's too
Oh,
bad.
shit. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
One of my mom's uncles passed away. He was asking her to come visit, and he died before she could find the time to make the trip.
Who was this?
An uncle of my mother's. He lives over in Europe, so it takes a bit of doing for mom to get to him, especially since she's her own boss, so money kind of stops coming in while she's gone.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to there were just a few things I was going to mention before wrapping up the stream. We got sidetracked with the Slick Jimmy crap. I don't like thinking about that guy. Also, my neighbor's probably trying to sleep, and I'm getting kind of loud.
Yeah, probably.
For the week.
There was let's see. There were some other topic. Usually we don't really stick to topic anyway.
Is anyone excited for one of the games they revealed? That the what is that thing called? Or any of the games that are coming out?
We talked about some of them earlier.
I plan to get Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know of any games coming out, any other games coming out that I'm all that excited for.
No, the other game that most people seem to be excited for is just that new Yakuza one.
Is that like just PlayStation only?
No, because I have it on the PC.
Oh. Welcome.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I gotta go and get my kids to bed. But thank you so much for having me and listening to me.
Yeah, another long stream, LCX. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for coming on. Sorry, I started yelling.
Yeah. No, I don't think we yelled.
I did.
You did there.
Oh, weird. If that's yelling to you, then you must not be a Jewish Italian. All right, guys. Thank you. I'll maybe talk to you soon.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. There was another thing that I saw that apparently there's some killer whales, some orcas that are British sailor's boat was the latest victim of in a spate of orca attacks on vessels near Gibraltar. As an expert suggested, a traumatized, that's in quotes, killer whale may be inadvertently teaching others to target them. That's from the British magazine, kind of like The Guardian, or kind of a
Killer whales are often. And they're assholes.
The Labour Party, I think, newspaper.
Not the Labour Party.
But it's kind of interesting though that at least I think it is. I mean, kind of a left kind of slant or whatever. But I just thought it was an interesting article overall. Seems like something that kind of fairly neutral, that they're not going to put any sort of. I get kind of nervous even if it's a left-wing paper or right-wing paper or whatever, that they might put a spin on something. But I don't think there's like a real spin when it comes to like orcas, killer whales attacking people. What I do think is kind of a bit of a spin is Huffington Post, which does kind of lean towards the politically correct side, asked, was Doug racist? The cartoon Doug.
I mean, it showed privileged folks, exercising their privilege, and the only people of color were purple and blue, and they were weird. Therefore, it's a reflection on anybody who has a different, tint or tinge to their complexion. But no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I made that up.
Yeah, they were saying that Doug Funny only dated his only love interest was white chicks. I only remember him interested in Patty Mayonnaise, and I guess she was a blonde, but
it's a fucking 7-year-old cartoon. I'm sorry, continue. That's my first reflex. It's like, it's a freaking 7-year-old in a cartoon. But as you were saying, you noticed.
Yeah, I don't know. What color was Connie? Was she like purple or something?
Yeah, well, that's the problem, right? Like, it's like, if you got like these other colors, like, where do you, determine who's who?
I think most of the characters were positive, and
well,
I guess the green guy.
She was green.
I guess it's discrimination against green people like myself. I'm trying to think of who the green.
Yeah, Doug was like, white. His friend Skeeter was blue. the Roger Kloss was green, the Connie was green, BB is purple. I mean, this is like, if anything, and I mean, granted, there's like maybe a character who, I don't know, she might also look white, the blonde girl, but like, you know, generally a blonde girl will be kind of white, you know.
She was like orange or something.
I think, yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
remember being some sort of tannish or.
Yep.
Yeah, so she could. Her hair was blonde, but she wasn't. They didn't ever say what race. They didn't say what race any of these characters were. It was kind of, I mean, I guess Doug, I'd say Doug does look Caucasian or white.
Yeah, Doug looks Caucasian, but I think I don't recall anyone outside of his family looking Caucasian, though.
Yeah,
And, you know, they were all different colors. I'm not sure if any. I'm trying to remember if any characters were the same color if they weren't related to each other.
It's kind of, yeah, it's just all kind of strange.
The jock was also green. He was that star athlete that supposedly could do no wrong.
Is that the guy who was kind of a bully, or is that somebody else?
No, he wasn't a bully. He was basically the jock and Mr. Perfect, sort of, or at least he tried to be. There's an episode that showed he had a lot of pressure on him.
So maybe there was like a kind of an anti-green bias or something. I don't know.
Well, it wasn't anti-green. Like, he was basically just the, you know, star quarterback or whatever.
Okay, so yeah, there's going to just be, yeah.
There was a girl who was green, but I can't really remember anything about her. It's been too long. Most of the characters have been forgotten about. Like,
I mean, how old is that show? Like 20 years now?
I don't know when it originally aired, because there was a Nickelodeon version and then there was a Disney version. I don't think the Disney version was as good as far as I'm concerned.
Let's see. When did this air?
So, quick side note. I was pulling up Atari on my Steam Deck before, but I would say Atari will run on any device, basically. Like, even like if you have an original Xbox or a Nintendo Wii that's been modified, like, it will run happily on those. So Atari, and it'll run on a phone, and, you know, it'll run on anything that can be hooked up to a TV that can run Android stuff. So
30
I would
years.
say,
That is old. Like,
Will I run on a plane? Will I run on a train?
91 is when, August 11th, 1991 is when Doug
first aired. So yeah, that is old. It's like over 30 years old.
I didn't know it was that old. I used to watch it in like 1994. What? Okay, that was around the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah, 1994.
It's that 7-year-old. I'm not really sure what that was talking about. Like, the characters were teen, and that it had to have been.
I was 7, actually. I stand corrected. I did say they were 7-year-olds before, but I should have been accurate because I didn't know how old they were. I know I was 7 at the time, and I guess at the time I assumed they were all 7, but continue.
Well, they were in high school.
They were like in junior high.
I did not know that. This is cool, though. I didn't know that, though.
Huh?
Yeah, I didn't know they were in high school on Doug. I thought they were. Oh wait, middle school. Wait, they were. Didn't they say they were in middle school?
I think that would make sense.
I do remember the term middle school. So they weren't 7 years old, though. They were older than I assumed at the time for some weird reason.
Which is probably because you were a kid. And
Yeah, basically.
just assume they were around your age. Yeah, it was.
It's a pretty normal reason.
I thought it was a great show.
That was pretty good. I mean, it was funny.
I thought the Nickelodeon version especially was good. The later, the later ones on ABC, ones ABC like bought up Disney bought up ABC, I think, was the deal, and they also somehow got the rights to the show Doug. And once it changed over, I thought it wasn't as creative as when it was on Nickelodeon. Might have had a different team of writers. That I think Skeeter, was that Doug's?
Yeah, Skeeter was Doug's best friend.
Yeah, I think he was into like really into music and stuff, and I thought they did a really good job on. I think the music was like really creative on Nickelodeon and stuff. It just kind of had a little bit of a different feel on ABC. I continued to watch it though. I mean, I went out and saw the movie as an adult. I think it was like around my birthday or something, and I went off and watched the movie. I thought the movie was pretty good. It was pretty interesting. I think Doug was like it's kind of weird though, because he's like some like middle schooler, and I think he was taking on some sort of I don't know if it's some company that was polluting the environment or something. It was kind of wild, but
Okay, apparently, depending on what season it was, he's either 11 or 12. I didn't realize that.
oh,
I assumed he was older.
oh, okay, so
Guess we were both wrong about how old he
my
was.
area that would be like elementary school or something. In some areas that might be entering into like middle school or whatever. So I think that's what it was in the show. So I could see why. Yeah, I could see why DJ Ronnie G, why you would think maybe they were a little bit younger, because apparently they were younger than I thought the characters were. Because I thought
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't even know what middle school was back then. Like, they used to call my middle school junior high school, and then some people call it that.
Same thing with here. Well, welcome, Carla. Well, it's great to see you. I'm okay. I was sick earlier. I'm feeling a little bit better. Man, that conversation earlier just kind of wore me out. It's just
That was a tough one.
I didn't know what was being talked about, and there's just a word being thrown around. I know, like, you want to end up in getting sued over something. So some of the things that were being, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I was completely out of the loop, and I just I hear this guy's name sometimes in different circles, and I don't know jack about him, but it's like when someone says this or that happened, it's like, give me a link, give me a source, but I wasn't gonna get like that because I think sometimes people feel that you're getting combative if you start demanding something visible, something, documentation, receipts, show me receipts.
The work campaign used to ask for receipts from people a lot.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it turned out that there was a guy who ended up going to prison for doing something.
So
really
is that guilt by
bad.
association? Is that what we're getting
There
at?
were a lot of people who promoted the guy, and I don't think they all knew. I don't think they all saw each and every tweet the guy did, or picked up on every single warning sign.
Oh God, I'd be in deep shit if I got in trouble for what people tweeted. I don't read any tweets. I mean, I better check my tweets if I can get guilty by other people's tweets.
What did you say, Ethereal Dragon?
You can
like
do.
who actually reads maybe it's like who reads every one of someone's tweet? That sounds a little stalkerish.
Yeah,
I thought the guy's comic book. I honestly thought it was like, I thought it was about a character that was like, and I think the character was an adult. Apparently, it sounds like there were maybe some flashback scenes, so she wasn't or whatever. I just thought she was the same age as the Dallas cheerleaders. That something like that. And that's just what I thought the book was. I didn't even pay much attention to the plot on the Indiegogo page. I don't know. I just know the guy. He used to be on some of the big Comicsgate channels. Then he was on kind of. Then he was kind of on the. Then he started showing up in kind of the smaller channels and in people's chats and supporting some of the smaller creators. And I knew he had some sort of like falling out with the war campaign, but a lot of people had arguments with him at that time. So I didn't really piece everything together.
Yeah, I
Now,
mean,
in
it's just like
retrospect, I understand that they were accusing him of some stuff, and which turned out to be true. But I didn't understand.
like from the conversation we had before. I mean, like it was abundantly clear he was being accused, but like that's all I got from it. Like I don't know, anything like else. Like
I'm thinking about this Slick Jimmy guy, not Ethan.
Like factually,
Ethan
like I mean, it seems like
Ethan just wears a lot of wigs and stuff, and that.
Yeah, I mean that's weird, but it's like, at this point, if we care about inclusion and all of that shit, why are we making fun of people for wearing dumb wigs? Like, I might think someone looks dumb in it. If my friend put it on, I might tell him, "Hey, buddy, that looks weird," but I mean, I probably would still let him do. I wouldn't encourage it, but I wouldn't hold it permanently against my friend. I mean, but
Yeah, the
it
wigs thing
depends.
seems weird but harmless. Like
That's well. And I mean, well, with the words being thrown around, apparently he wasn't. But like, that's all currently hearsay. Guilt by association is not, indication of guilt, and it's not guilt. Association is not guilt. Or remotely being, it's not even association if it's just someone who tweets. I mean, that's like internet people. They're not real. No offense. Jokes aside, but you know what I mean.
With Ethan, early on he promoted so many different comic book creators, and that's how he became kind of like he was being called like the war campaign used to call him Caesar, and the same guy who he promoted Slick Jimmy, but they were still calling Ethan Caesar. So even they didn't even they continue to support Ethan, even though he have some creators on that they definitely didn't like the Slick Jimmy guy. But he had so many different creators on, so he wasn't all. I think early on, if somebody had a comic book and he thought it might interest people, people might back it. I think he'd have somebody on their show. Then as time went on, it became more selective, and now it's almost all just like ex comic book pros from like Marvel, DC, Image, some sort of just basically these comic pros. And he's got this show called the Comicsgate Kings, and it's just like it's mostly just these guys who were professionals working for in the industry, and now they're doing independent stuff. But early on, a lot of people would go on Ethan's show, and that's why part of what he was already he done the Green Lantern Rebirth. He let's see what else did he do? Fagan, do you remember what all Ethan did? He worked on.
I know he did lots of Green Lantern, but I can't remember what specifically.
Yeah, he did a lot of. He worked on a lot of comic books. I'm not really an expert on. I don't know. I'll just say I don't know hardly anything about comics. I mainly know about like the animated stuff. I know about some of the indie stuff, but not much about DC or Marvel. but he did a lot of stuff, and so here's somebody who comes into who's like he had worked for DC Comics and worked for Marvel for a while. And he's saying, I'm Comicsgate. I identify with Comicsgate, and it's like, okay, well, this gives the movement a bit of respectability. This is cool to see people who are comic pros, crossing over and joining the pro-consumer side of things. That's what I thought at the time. And look, he's got all these different people on. Not just he's bringing on some of these people who used to work for the big, used to work in the industry, but he's also bringing on fans. Like he was bringing on guys like this Edwin Boyad, who was just I don't think he created. I think there was some comic book he eventually was like some Afghan or something he was going to work on, but I don't think he ever. I don't think he wasn't like in the comic book industry. But he was a promoter. He'd go on Ethan's streams, and then there'd be just people who were like maybe more like hobbyists, but it was their dream to create comic books, and he'd have them on. And it was a really cool thing at first. It's just kind of over time, it seemed like he kind of took over, and it was, but a lot of people in Comicsgate, they wanted maybe they wanted a leader, they wanted like figurehead. Yeah, I rallied around him. The war campaign rallied around him at first, but now I'm to the point where if people want to support Ethan's comics, that's fine. It's just it takes a long. It's just there's some things he does that I don't agree with, and if I were to buy his comic, I'd wait till he sells it on eBay instead of backing a book that, and it might show up like 3 years later, that's just me. But I think I killed the conversation.
No. I mean, I was listening. I think you pretty much knew what you. I literally am so out of the loop. But I'm learning more about it. It's not the most interesting thing, but I'm kind of learning more about it than I've known before. Whereas I don't have much to contribute. So I throw in something here and there, but anything other than what I've said, it mostly in between is not much more than what I can contribute. Or you know what I mean.
His drawings are very intricate. Like if you want like a book with some of the drawings at least are like super intricate with the cyber frog, this I think he's a cybernetic frog, and he's taking on these like wasps or something. Maybe they're alien wasps. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, they're alien wasps.
Yeah, it's some idea he came up with. I think it was maybe it was his first published comic. Yeah, it was published by what was it called? Harris, some small comic book, some indie company originally. And he came up with it. He might have been in high school when he came up with it, or shortly after, or maybe college or something. It's like, cause it's. Now he's in his 40s, and he's I think he's done kind of maybe a reboot of that series. I don't know exactly. Or maybe it's a soft reboot. Or how that works.
Mm-hmm.
It might even work as a sequel. I don't know. Because I didn't read the original series. People like that, and they're willing to wait for years. That's fine. Wait. if you don't mind the guy being late or whatever. My only problem is that if customers who are dissatisfied, like making fun of them and stuff isn't a good solution. But I used to be like that. I used to say, why are you complaining? This is gonna, even if it takes 10 years for him to put out his book, it's gonna be the best comic book ever made, or what, best graphic novel of all time. I think I actually said that before. I think it was actually it was an actual tweet of mine. I think was like, I don't care if it takes 10 years. It's going to be a great collector's item.
I can dig that.
Yeah, not everyone has the patience for 10 years.
Huh?
Not everyone has the patience for 10 years.
Yeah. I just thought it was going to be just such an epic. I mean, because some of his drawing is just so intricate and so detailed, and just some of it was just really, really impressive. And I was in, as I said, I don't really know much about comics. I just thought, this is some impressive artwork. This is just an insane amount of detail, and this looks really, really, really cool. And it's like every single page is like this, and then this is just going to be an outstanding book, and then by the time I got the book, I never looked at it, because it took so long, and I was now I've reached the point where I'm not so upset with the guy, and I could probably go through the book and sit there and read it, and just I really do struggle to read comics. Love the artwork, but it can be really difficult for me to get the story.
And they don't do audio comics.
I think they have. I think there's some audio of some of the EC comics, but with that, I'd actually like to see see the pictures, and then those
right.
Books we had as kids, where there'd be a little record that this is kind of
what the hell?
How old I am, but
yeah, like the books with the buttons on them. But dude, you remind me, in the movies when they show you books or newspapers in the future. I was watching this Japanese anime, and the newspaper would look like a newspaper, but it had what looked like a looping animation on it, the picture, for example, and the example would be maybe the paper is flexible, but you press it.
You're roboting. I can't understand.
And it actually, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, you're a robot.
Oh, am I? Okay, thank you. I did not. Okay.
But I get
Pardon me.
What you're saying. It's kind of like it was kind of like that Amazon, when the Amazon Kindle came out, and it had that kind of. It still didn't look like paper, but the original Amazon Kindles had that. It was kind of like this.
They still make them.
Black and white screen or something for the original Kindles.
They still make them, and now they have one from Amazon with a pen on it. But I'd rather get the off-brand unit with a pen on it. They actually have a new one that's not Amazon, that runs Android and has a pen, and it uses the e-ink display, which is the fake paper. And I find that exciting because you could run the Kindle app on that. You could run any e-reader app on an Android device. Whereas on my Kindle, I can only read Kindle books and PDFs.
Yeah, I'm sure it's still not like what the anime, the anime sound like it looks just like a newspaper. And
well, when you say, it's not gonna.
These days we'll have that technology where something looks just like a newspaper, but it's
flexible and shit. The picture looks good. I mean, I read any black and white manga, looks good on it. But some of the manga I was reading has 2 pages of color artwork. So basically, you got to look at that on your computer or phone, and the rest of it looked pretty much as I would want it to look. Aside from being flexible.
Is that easier to read because of that special
Yes and no. Basically, here's the thing. When I bought mine, it was using an Indiglow light, and it would have cost me like another $100 to get the new Kindle that had the like it had like basically almost it looked like an amberish color light. So the idea being that if you're gonna read before bed, using a blue or green Indiglow light is like gonna expose you to blue light, which can mess with your sleep. So they have one now that has like a warmer color temperature for the light, and if you're reading in, because that's the thing, the e-ink is easy on the eyes in a decently lit environment, but if you're gonna read before bed, chances are the angle of the light, unless you have a lamp behind your bed, is not gonna be optimal. And then you go back to using a book light, you know, which is kind of like a bit of a step backwards. So I would like to have a warm color temperature light on it, you know, just a dim light, doesn't have to be bright, just for situations when you don't have bright light. But where they excel is under sunlight. Like, I mean, that e-ink display under bright sunlight will outdo any phone, any display, any, you know, color display generally, and it'll do it while consuming like very little power.
Interesting. So it does have advantages over like a standard.
Yeah.
Like a, let's see.
And the bigger problem is if they're not making them big. Like the new tablet, they make an 8-inch model now, but like it's very hard to find anything bigger than 7 or 8 inches. Whereas like I have a friend, he would buy one if they would just make them like roughly textbook size, you know. And those are not at all common. There's one device that just is shy of that size, but it's a problem is that like when you buy a device like that, if it's not running something like Android, you lose flexibility, like I was mentioning before, with the you know, different e-reader apps. So if you're gonna buy a device that's not officially from some company like Amazon, you want to at least make sure you can run apps on it. Basically, you want to have like a pretty big app store. And you know, I don't know. It's like, but yeah, the advantage is the power consumption and readability under bright sun. That's definitely a big selling point to me. Just if only they would be cheaper to mass produce larger, you know, e-ink displays, I think that we'd be a step closer to like, you know, more people owning them. I certainly would.
I see. Let's see if there were trying to figure out if there was like one more topic or something. So people will ask me about sometimes about what the theme of the show is. Usually it'll be some basic ideas of things like that I want to bring up, but I'll pretty much let the chat and the people on the panel decide a lot of the topics, because I want it to be more of a natural flowing conversation. Because I don't think we I think it's always good. I'll phrase it this way. I think it's always good to have intelligent conversations. I was about ready to say I don't think there's many intelligent. Yeah, I wasn't gonna. That would be arrogant for me to say there's not that many intelligent conversations on YouTube, because there's all sorts of channels with just really. There's like just like intellectual conversations that like are beyond my comprehension, you know, all sorts of different topics. So I don't want to get too high and mighty. I just hope we kind of bring a little bit of entertainment and a little bit of, but also do a little bit of, you know, discuss some serious topics sometimes, but you know, and some not so serious topics. Do some in a somewhat light-hearted manner when possible. Obviously, not everything can be discussed that way. Here's something completely. After I said all that,
and you know,
the journal Nature about Colombia's cocaine hippos. This is from the journal Nature, you know, which is a respected journal.
Maybe not anymore.
Apparently Colombia's cocaine hippos. That's the cocaine hippo. Cocaine hippo is in quotes. Are all descendants of 3 females and 1 male illegally imported by drug cartel leader Pablo Escobar. After he died in 1993, the hippos Hippopotamus amphibius escaped from his estate and
I see what's happening.
established themselves in the Magdalena River. Without the natural predators or droughts of the native Africa to keep them in check, the giant herbivores have bred rapidly to form the largest population of the animals outside of the continent of Africa.
Invasive species.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They're very ill-tempered.
I mean, I thought that. So I'll see different articles throughout the week, and I'm like, oh, that might be kind of an interesting thing to, the kind of just a totally a different kind of topic to discuss on, the show, or some of the topics we discuss, like, or like popular topics that everybody's discussing. It's just some of it's just kind of oddball stuff, and a lot of it's just kind of random. Hey, Mr. Yanafui, welcome. Mr.
May I add something to the hippos?
Peruvian, I believe. No, Chilean.
That's a cool.
I'm sorry, I'm blank. I'm really tired tonight. I usually know that you're Chilean. I want to call you Peruvian. Sorry.
Good night.
Oh no. Are you going to sleep, or should I go to sleep?
Good night, ethereal dragon.
You've been streaming for 4 hours and 46 minutes.
Yeah, we should have
Maybe
stopped.
you should go to sleep.
I would like to add one thing about hippopotamuses. Initially, I thought they were hippos on cocaine, but now I realize they were just hippos that were purchased through the proceeds of selling cocaine, and then they became an invasive species. Not so much, I mean, they are aggressive, but it's the fact with no predators, an invasive species can, reproduce unchecked without becoming dinner. And that's all I wanted to add about the hippos, which I thought that was a cool article.
I think the way that they phrased it just kind of what was it? There's a bunch of these like
yeah, right.
cocaine such and such animals that I'm hearing about lately. Like what were we talking about earlier? There's the cocaine raccoon or whatever, cocaine coon or something. There's what else? What else do people talk about?
I don't know. They have the bear. Apparently, I didn't know about the raccoon, but we got a cocaine raccoon now too. I'm sure there's gonna be a thing for a little while, probably like Pogs in the '90s.
Except that's with cocaine. It's like one of the most destructive drugs. When I was in I think it was when I was in high school. Yeah, I had this math teacher, but instead of us actually doing math, he would just show us movies.
That's kind of cool.
We did do some math too, but he had a lot of movies that weren't math related. I think that might have been the teacher who showed this Jacques Cousteau special. You guys familiar with Jacques Cousteau? He was this guy who I think he'd sail around the world and investigate different things. And he went and visited. I think it might have. I don't know if it was Colombia or where he went. And there was this guy. They were talking about coca paste. And I'm not telling people to do this. Definitely don't do this. But they take these coca leaves and they go and they add kerosene to it. Well, I guess the coca leaves themselves, I think the Incas or whatever the native people were. Maybe that was in Peru. Maybe that was in the mountains of Peru, so what they do is so I think to begin with the coca leaves were some sort of stimulant, but then when they'd add this kerosene, it would change the chemical compound of it and make it way more addictive.
Oh, interesting.
And there was this guy on there that I think he claimed he smoked 100 coca paste cigarettes a day, which I think somebody would be dead if they did that. And that guy looked like just totally. The guy was totally strung out, and I might be misremembering the exact amount of.
That is bizarre. It's like it's a different form of crack.
I don't think. Oh, and that guy was just completely like tweaked out. He was just like, and yeah, I never really had any desire to try anything like cocaine. That I stayed away from that. That would be a bad combination with me. And I've seen that, like, I know people done that, and that really messed up things in their life and stuff. But like, I think seeing things like that Jacques Cousteau special, like, and like, I don't know, like, Crocodile Dundee had a scene where I don't know if you guys watched the original Crocodile Dundee.
No, I didn't see that. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, there was a scene where spoiler alert, this guy's like snorting cocaine, and in Crocodile Dundee he's just this he's a white dude, but he's like from like the outback, hanged out with the native Aboriginal people of Australia. He just like he didn't know what cocaine was, and he thought the guy was just like doing something that was like, he just thought the guy had some sort of allergy problems, or had a cold or something, using some sort of cold relief medicine. And so he just took the cocaine and he threw it in some boiling pot, like somebody was boiling some water, just threw it in there, and so like he thought like it was like something for a vaporizer or something. I don't know. Like those vaporizers that are just put water in the air or whatever.
Yep.
I think that was like the idea. He thought that. He thought the guy just was trying to like clear out his sinuses with something. He didn't know what was going on. And then the guy just goes and then the coke, the guy who was doing coke, he just goes to the pan of boiling water, and he goes over there and he tries to get the fumes off of the cocaine, and it's just made the guy who was snorting coke look like really just kind of foolish and stuff. And now, when George Bush ran for president, George Bush Sr., he was like talking about that scene and how horrible it was, and making fun of drug use and stuff, and which I thought was totally bizarre. And actually, I think that Crocodile Dundee 2 was like just like Crocodile Dundee comes back to the United States from Australia. Oh, by the way, the first film took place in New York. I can't remember the second place. I think it takes place in the U.S., the second one. I don't know. But here's Crocodile Dundee, and he's fighting drugs. That wasn't what the whole thing was supposed to be about, but I think that might have been a response to Bush. President George Bush Sr. passed away. His allegation that the thing was about drug use, or making fun of it, or what? Not making. I mean, claiming that it was like turning into a joke or whatever. But I don't know. It just what me seeing it as a kid, it was like, okay, this is just something. This is just something that it just made it look like, okay, this person's like, he's probably not even going to get high off of this stuff because it got thrown in the water, and yet he's still trying to. It just made it look foolish to me. So.
Mm-hmm. That's expensive to people, so they want to reclaim that shit. They're like, oh my god, it's like hundreds of dollars and $1,000. But after watching, you see Goodfellas, they flush it down the toilet. Nobody's even trying to get it back, so apparently it's not possible.
Yeah, and it's like I don't know. I've never even been around, so I've never been around and seen anybody snort or smoke, and I'm glad too, because no, but I've been around people who did use it, and it's like I was like later found out that they used it. It's like, oh well, that's why that person's all different acting, But I don't think they glamorized it, to me, And I don't think it's always bad to make light of things, because that can be a really dangerous addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anyway, I don't know why I end up getting on that tangent. I probably should go to sleep.
Yeah. Me too.
Huh? Yes.
Yeah, I should get going. There's a few things I need to do.
So where can we find you, Geass?
You can find me as Master-Geass on DeviantArts. I'll drop my link in a minute.
Cool. Master Geass. So, how's the roboting before I hang up?
Well, it stopped for now.
Yeah, I've been having this weird issue, and I'm glad you told me I was roboting, because I have a feeling I've been roboting a little bit more for the past couple of weeks and nobody's told me, or sometimes I'd asked people, because I was having minor issues on my end. Like, I could upload and download things really quickly for the most part on my local network, but then whenever I connect to a stream like this, or I go to certain web pages, and I'm talking mainstream web pages, there will be this humongous delay before it begins to load, and it seems to be like I can't play more than 2 YouTube videos at 1080 or 720p at the same time, or I can't play 3, so something's up. But I'm gonna recrimp the cable that goes to my bedroom. I'm gonna make it a little bit shorter and try to inspect the parts that are under the carpet and see if anything got messed up, and worst case I might rerun the whole cable or test another device on this line to rule out if it is the line. But it's very bizarre.
Well, it's possible that I guess it's hypothetically possible that maybe you didn't sound like you were roboting to them, but you were having problems on your end.
Yes. No, I think that what people were hearing of roboting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's also possible. No, I mean, I could picture it being, both scenarios being possible, because it's just things. That's the nature of this sometimes. Where I'm not roboting one moment and then next moment, but I'm still having problems. But the next moment I'm roboting and having problems. And when observe my roboting, I had problems. Mm-hmm.
I had a situation with guy who came on here, he'd be known, he go by the name of Orc War Chief. He uses a different name on Discord, but anyway, but Orc War Chief, I was having a hard time. It seemed there would be a delay where I couldn't tell that he was talking, and I'd accidentally interrupt, and then
mm-hmm.
No,
I can see that happening.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a private chat with him. I mean, he got upset with me because, I mean, I do interrupt a lot of people on the show, and it's not all just because of some sort of delay. No, his situation, there is there is some sort of audio delay. At least last time I talked to him, but this wasn't on StreamYard. This was just on Discord, like a private chat. There was a delay, and it's like shit. How am I going to have a voice chat with this guy if in the future if there's like a delay, between that's always going to be the case, or if that was just.
I mean, if they know like what the deal is, that would work. Like me, like I felt like that sometimes tonight, but I know it's okay. You know, it's your show. You're allowed to talk over people, but also I think the roboting was also that. So it made it feel like it was happening maybe like twice as much or more. And I'm glad you observed the roboting. At least it computes a bit more.
The delay wasn't on his end, but it was just I wasn't hearing. I was having a hard time knowing when he was like starting to speak. It just was like a split second later on my end. And
Discord's weird because the microphone settings.
So I don't know. I think it can happen for some reason. Pretty sure that can happen unless it could be I'm a little more sensitive to that because I already have kind of an auditory delay, a mental auditory delay. So maybe that's the issue too. I know that's definitely a big problem with me.
Is that like a significant delay? Like you can measure, a doctor can measure that shit?
It was more like it's. I don't know. I think I'm diagnosed with it, but I don't know how it could be like. I don't know if it can be measured that it's a such and such.
I got you, but combining.
I can have a hard time where I never understand something, or sometimes I can listen to people and it just sounds like it can sound like on those Peanuts specials with Charlie Brown. We would go to school, whenever the adults would talk.
Yeah,
that's how people can sometimes sound when they're talking. When I'm having a really bad time understanding people, it can kind of be like that.
I see. I pulled a ball of wax out of my ear that was like that big.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not what I'm just saying. Like, I thought it was interesting. In fact, I gotta find my endoscope because I think I have another one in my ear that's accumulated. But this time, I might, if I find my endoscope, I'm streaming that. I don't know if this is appropriate for YouTube, but I think it would be cool to journey into my ear on YouTube.
Wow.
I mean, I don't recommend watching it. I don't know, but it is interesting though. Like at least for me, like that's how you can get access to that area and do it at home on like a screen, And I think I hope I didn't just gross that dude out. But no, okay. Jokes aside.
Well, he said he had to get going.
Oh yeah, he did say he was going. Okay, no, that's cool.
Yeah,
but it'd be funny. He's like, guys, like he's talking about earwax. I'm out.
Where can we find you? Because
I'll put the link up real quick.
I'm probably keeping my neighbor awake.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, no worries, man. I should snooze. Well, I'm not gonna snooze, but I got things. I freaking just checked my recording of the Star Trek game because I was gonna upload it right after this, and because someone said they wanted to see like a no commentary recording of it, and like I was like, I got one. So I'm gonna just put the video link up now. So anyway, I go to check it, and the audio is like totally out of sync, and well, it's not. There's a good reason for it. I won't get into the weeds of it, but I solved it while we were discussing. But yeah, so the link in the chat on my most recent live streams, and the majority of my recent activity has been in live streaming. So just things that are current. I'm talking like 1 day ago, 1 week ago. I had like 2 astronomy streams like in the past 2 weeks. And stuff like that. So it's something for everyone there, I hope, including the video of my beloved turtle.
Okay, well, that's cool.
And so with that said, Mr. Lorenzo, I appreciate being here tonight, and I hope you have a good evening.
You too.
All right, I'm going to be over and out. Godspeed.
And I'll close out the stream. Everybody check out DJ Ronnie G's channel. Just found the thing too. The timing too good to pass up. Hit the button too quick. And good night, everybody. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. You can find me. I host the Sleestakian show is every Thursday night at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Eastern. And if you're in the Philippines, it's actually Friday morning, not Thursdays, because it's actually they're ahead of us in the U.S. At Friday mornings, 8 a.m. Philippines time, I believe. And I believe that's 1 p.m. No, it's actually noon, New Zealand time. The whole daylight savings time and everything can throw me off because sometimes things are at a different time in different areas than other times. Anyway, thanks everybody who's tuned in and either caught the whole thing or part of it. It's been kind of a real roller coaster ride. A lot of different people on. Thanks everybody who thanks everybody in the chat. Thanks everybody who's been on the panel. Thanks everybody who's watching in the just watching and hasn't commented. And thanks everybody who watches in the future or leaves a comment on the video, etc. I really appreciate not only the conversation, but people promoting their shows and their projects, whether in chat or on the panel or both. It really brightens my day to be able to, I'm not gonna lie and claim I have an enormous audience. But it's cool if people are able to go and find each other's stuff. Somebody learns a new fact, or I'm always learning stuff. I'm always finding new channels to watch and learning all new fun stuff. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And have an awesome night or day, whatever it is, wherever you are. Lorenzo Sleestack.